Destiny.
Ooh, I say.
So on a good day, I can hear the bow bells here, Alan.
Oh, well,
Not.
Mr. Peacock, you're just going to have to excuse me. I was throwing out my pussy.
Hey, considering where the church is,
Good
Hello,
morning.
sheeples.
Hello, everyone. How you doing, Mad B?
Hello, hello.
hello.
That's the peanut gallery.
Sheeples, did you move in 4 different directions?
Nice sound, Terry.
Of particles.
Okay. We'll get back on track again. Well, we've been
What
following.
try?
Shh.
Okay then.
Sorry, Terry.
Sorry,
Well,
Terry.
Well, the last few episodes we were doing a bit of, or the last episode I think we followed up with writing and where it's developed into the modern language. And we got the 3 R's, so a little bit of math tonight maybe. See if we can find a little bit of math in ancient history and how that developed and how that was used.
Maths.
So,
My greatest weakness.
your greatest weakness. So
Tell
I've
me
got-
about it.
So I can either
Yeah, mine
play.
too.
I'll play this guy because I think this represents something. But I was trying to find something a bit further back, but it's a little bit too much to go through every single video that's out there, an article, and there's just so much out there to try to sift through. So well, everybody should know this guy.
They were saying it's a bit quiet, surf.
No, it was because Terry had us muted, that's why.
Ah, right.
You're not muted now, though.
Jinx U is in there.
Oh, Jinx you.
Morning.
I better give the spanner back to Jinx you, so no one will time him out.
Hannah
Just
said,
just
"Let's
type
math
number
tonight."
4, Jinx you, just to check to make sure you got your spanner.
Yeah.
While you're at it, Terry, please
Oh
give
yeah,
me my spanner back.
Sheeple, can you just type 4 just to check to see if I've given you your spanner back too?
All right, just only this once. You know, I'm afraid of that number.
Yeah, it's quite funny. You type the number 4 and you get 5. How does that happen?
Jinzu. Okay.
No, it's Jinxu.
Jinxu.
Oh, I
Jinzu,
got a,
they
I've
say.
got a spanner.
Yeah, Jinxu.
Hey, not for long.
Jinx you. Ow. That's Alan.
There you
Jinyu.
go.
Jinzu.
There, you're
No.
working.
Jinx you.
Jinzu.
They
Sheepy,
put down the pronunciation. Jinzu.
Sheepy, your
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
spanner's working.
Fantastic. I no longer feel lost in the sea of blue. I have become part of it.
Ah,
It's poetic, wasn't it?
that was to produce more for the future. That's kind of you.
Lovely. Lovely.
How are you getting on? Oh, I suppose you can't get any supplies. I wonder how you're getting on with your sundial thingy.
Well, I tell you what, I'm down to very low plastic
I
amounts.
bet.
You know,
I bet.
I've got
Yeah.
like one white, one yellow. You know, it's like you know, I was like maybe I should not advertise these and then change my
Yes.
prices. But no,
Press
Um,
play.
it's hard to know.
Please.
You can't get any.
Play.
Oh, we got
Play.
a few rush
Play,
orders.
please, Terry.
Okay.
Eratosthenes. Let's take a fun trip back to ancient Egypt and find out why this guy was so amazing. Eratosthenes was a Greek scientist working in ancient Egypt for the pharaoh. He is most famous for his amazingly accurate estimate of the size of the earth in a brilliant experiment that he conducted at the dawn of recorded history in 240 BC. In this video, we'll take a hands-on approach and see how he accomplished this seemingly impossible task. To begin, let's warp back to 2560 BC, when the ancient Egyptians built the Great Pyramid of Giza. Even that far back, the Egyptians were able to align the largest pyramid ever built to better than 1/10 degree accuracy to true north. The ancient Egyptian builders and surveyors were no slouches in producing amazingly accurate measurements using the crudest of tools made of wood, string, stone, clay, and other available materials. In 332 BC, Alexander the Great conquered Egypt and installed his own dynasty of pharaohs, the so-called Ptolemies. Around 240 BC, Eratosthenes lived and produced his famous estimate of the Earth's size, the earliest known based on scientific methods. If you notice in that picture of a Ptolemy pharaoh, there are pyramids in the background. On the table is a globe indicating that the Greek and Egyptian scientists already realized the Earth was a sphere. In 1492, Christopher Columbus stumbled into the New World, using an estimate of the size of the Earth far smaller than Eratosthenes. In the 1732 years between Eratosthenes and Columbus, no one had actually sailed around the Earth, so the size estimate was subject to a great range of values and methodologies. Around 245 BC, Pharaoh Ptolemy III hired Eratosthenes as tutor for his kids and as a librarian at the Great Library of Alexandria. Egypt is a hot, dry desert country pretty much, and the Egyptians were vitally dependent upon the Nile River for fresh water, irrigation, fishing, and transportation. Most of the people lived in a fertile strip along the Nile and in the fan-shaped Nile Delta. Once a year the Nile would flood, carrying silt from the south which would fertilize the farmlands. The Egyptians always lived in a precarious balance with the Nile, at least until the Aswan High Dam built in 1970. Sometimes the floods would not come, causing drought and starvation in Egypt as the crops failed. Sometimes heavy floods would overwhelm the banks, washing out roads, villages, farmlands, and livestock. The farmers needed to know the cycles of the Nile and the seasons, when to plant and harvest, when to expect floods, and when the seasons would change. Predicting these events accurately was vital for the farmers, but also important for the pharaoh to support taxation, land management, and religious ceremonies. This gave rise to Egyptian surveyors, builders, recorders, and bureaucracy. When the Nile flooded, it often washed away land markers, and the surveyors had to reestablish these markers to avoid fights between landowners. Predicting seasons was vital to agriculture, and the Egyptians knew the seasons were linked to the periodic motion of the sun and stars. The ancient Egyptians recorded recorded data on the sun and stars and used this to predict Nile floods and weather cycles. Their motion was so important that it got incorporated into the religion. The sun would be born in the east, right across the sky, and die in the west each day. Stars were known to rotate around a north star, and finding local true north was easy in a mostly cloudless sky. Even children in ancient Egypt were aware of the cycles of the sun and could play games by tracking the shadow of an obelisk with rocks during the day and throughout the year. By plotting the tracks of these rocks, they could come up with the motion of the sun during the shortest and longest day of the year. High noon occurred when the shadow was the shortest, and the length of the noon shadow varied through the year between limits which marked the summer and winter peaks. As chief librarian, Eratosthenes would have had access to the historical archives of Egypt from ancient times. Legend has it that he noticed one report from the residents of Aswan, which stated that there was a deep well there with an interesting history. Every year on June 21st at high noon exactly, the overhead sun shines directly down the well, casting no shadow. At no other time of the year did this happen. This report caught his immediate interest. He was already convinced the earth was a sphere, so this event in Aswan meant that at high noon he could draw a straight line between the sun, the well, and the center of the earth itself. He checked the sun records for Alexandria, a town 524 miles north of Aswan. They reported the stone columns there cast a noticeable shadow on June 21st. He started thinking about why this might be. Notice on this model there are 3 pairs of obelisks, one on a flat white plane, a slightly curved blue surface, and a more curved red surface. Notice that the shadows on the flat surface stay equal during the sun's motion, but when the sun is directly overhead, the curved surfaces show one with no shadow, while the other casts a shadow. Also, the greater the curvature, the greater the shadow length. So, in Eratosthenes' mind, the Aswan and Alexandria shadow situation was telling him something about the curvature of the earth itself. This was a key clue for Eratosthenes, and he started drawing models of the sun, the well, and the earth to see what's up with that. He put together the following model, which is key to understanding his famous experiment. The model makes 4 key assumptions. First, the sun's rays at Aswan and Alexandria are parallel. The earth is a sphere. Alexandria was directly north of Aswan, that is, local noon occurs at the same time. Lastly, line segment AC transverses the 2 parallel rays. Let's look at these assumptions.
Now, I wanted to pause it there because I wanted to go through that scientific method in his experiment as his assumption. So that's your first part of your experiment. Is it the assumption or the observation of the shadows?
Well, the observation of the shadows tells you that there is something more to investigate.
So you need to do an experiment to further.
So you need to do an experiment or gather more data at least.
Yeah. So just knowing those
because this is. Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, you go. You're right.
Yeah, because remember, even in our current scientific method, you have some information like this, and you realise that it's worth investigating. But sometimes it is just doing more measurements rather than a active experiment where you are moving and changing.
So he's going to work out sun rays striking Earth are parallel. Earth is a sphere. Alexandria was directly north of Aswan. Therefore, local noon occurred at the same time. Okay.
Why did Eratosthenes assume sunlight struck the earth as parallel rays? Well, from vertical columns it was easy to observe how shadows moved during the day, showing the sun's rays were parallel as they struck the earth. From Euclid he knew that if the sun and earth were very distant, the incoming rays would be so close to exactly parallel he could ignore any small errors, simplifying the problem. Why did Eratosthenes assume Earth was a round ball, a sphere? When he closely watched ships departing the lighthouse at Alexandria, they would sink below the horizon until only the top of the sails were visible. If he then climbed the lighthouse over 400 feet high, he could again see the ship. This was certainly more consistent with a round Earth than a flat Earth.
Didn't they have P900s back then to bring it back in?
Afraid not.
You could climb to that and then go, okay, I can't see it anymore. Pull out the P900.
The next evidence came from watching the stars from the observatory at the library. He was famous for mapping over 700 stars, and by plotting the motion of the stars, he could easily trace them wheeling around a central point. At night, it was easy to find the direction to true north by finding the one star which appeared stationary through the night, Thuban in those days. To Eratosthenes, this circular motion clearly rotated around an axis running through the top of the Earth, or true north. Either the Earth was a ball which rotated every 24 hours, or the Earth was fixed, and the heavenly shell rotated every 24 hours. Which do you think he thought it was? Lastly, the sun and moon were spheres. Some planets appeared as tiny balls, and lunar eclipses showed the Earth's shadow across the moon as spherical.
They didn't have did they have telescopes back then? Because they were just saying some planets.
No, Galileo invented it years later.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
No, but you can certainly see that the moon is a. You can certainly see the moon as a sphere just looking at it.
The only sorry.
Remember, you can see the shadow of Earth on the base of the moon during an eclipse, and it is most definitely not a straight bloody line.
No.
See,
With a turtle.
There's one bit of evidence.
Yes, I have, and yes, I have my own photos of that. Just saying, like.
So he's realised that the star patterns or star rotations in the northern hemisphere, but he hasn't looked at the southern hemisphere star rotation. I don't think there was any record of that for a while till after this guy. So that's going to be further down the track. That is.
No, the Aborigines weren't interested.
Because none of these guys had ever been south of the equator. So how are they going to know? How are they going to see the other celestial pole? They're going to know there is another celestial pole down there. But
well, that'd come under the scientific method of going to have to investigate it to do your hypothesis, and yeah, we'll have to look into that and see if we can find some record of all that in the history books.
South Africa.
Speaking of like getting times and stuff and a bit of arithmetic, there's a few things that happened this month that we wouldn't know if it wasn't for certain arithmetic. There's a change of time, a full moon, and it's going to be Friday the 13th.
Yay!
Well, we haven't got into calendars yet, so we'll have a look at that.
Why did Eratosthenes assume Alexandria was north of Aswan and that local noon would occur at the same time in both locations? Many possibilities, a most likely explanation. Local north was easy to establish by the sun's shadow method. When an obelisk shadow reached a minimum during the day, it was local noon, and the shadow aligned with true north. Sighting the North Star at night gave the same local true north direction. This also set the other local cardinal points: east, south, west, and bearings in between. The local surveyors would have identified and mapped stationary reference points such as prominent land features, obelisks, wells, etc. The local data would be used to build larger section maps until the whole of Egypt was mapped. Also, good maps were critical to the pharaoh. They fostered better land and sea navigation, fewer wrecks, lost caravans, etc. They settled land disputes after Nile floods, maintaining roads and trade routes, taxation and land concessions, and military uses. There's the famous lost army of a Persian king. 50,000 warriors were lost in a legendary sandstorm in 525 BC. So the pharaoh had powerful reasons to invest in good surveyors, maps, and scientific experts to support key government functions. Also, Egyptians believed the sun rode across the sky from east to west each day. Eratosthenes would have made the connection to the midday sun event moving across Egypt from east to west during the day, and to the same 24-hour rotation of the stars at night. At any instant, towns along a north-south line, meridian, would experience local high noon when the sun's shadow on an obelisk was the shortest. Why did Eratosthenes assume that line segment AC crossed or transversed the two parallel lines formed by the sun's rays? Living just before Eratosthenes was Euclid, another Greek famous as the father of geometry. Euclid's Elements of Geometry had shown that lines cutting across parallel lines, transversals, have special properties. The best way to see it is to take it step by step. He showed that if the yellow lines are parallel, then the red transversal would cut across both yellow lines at the same angle. On the figure, angles S show this property. These angles are called corresponding angles, and Euclid showed they are always equal if the yellow lines are parallel. That is intuitive looking at the figure, but Euclid proved it. The next property was when two lines crossed, they produced equal angles across the vertex. These are called opposite angles, and Euclid proved they are equal. Lastly, since all three angles S are equal, the bottom angle S equals the middle angle S. These are called alternate interior angles, and Euclid proved they were equal for any line transversing parallel lines. So, using basic geometry, Eratosthenes drew his simplified Aswan-Alexandria model as shown. Angle S was the shadow cast by the obelisk in Alexandria. But more important, angle S was also the interior angle from the center of the earth to both cities. This was his great insight. If he could somehow measure the angle of the shadow at Alexandria on June 21st at high noon, he knew that at Aswan there was no shadow there at that moment. It greatly simplified things. The other thing he noticed, remember the earlier picture that showed the greater the curvature, the longer the shadow? Somehow the angle S was saying something about the curvature of the whole earth. Then he realized that if you know the distance over the earth between Aswan and Alexandria, now known to be 524 miles, you could use a pizza slice approach to overlay slices until the entire earth was covered. However many slices of equal size it would take to fill the pizza would allow multiples of the distance between the two cities to be added until the whole earth was spanned. This simplified model would potentially allow Eratosthenes to measure the entire earth. He only had to know the distance between two cities and the angle of the shadow at noon on June 21st in Alexandria. Not bad for 240 BC. We're almost there. But how did Eratosthenes in 240 BC measure the angle of the shadow in Alexandria? Firstly, he would have probably used a tall vertical structure, the bigger the better, because it would have cast a longer shadow. History says he used a gnomon, but nobody knows for sure if he constructed a measurement device or used an existing sundial. He may have designed and built an instrument to measure the angle as precisely as materials and craftsmanship allowed in 240 BC. He knew from Euclid it was easy to bisect any angle using nothing more than a straight edge, string, and a marker. The red circle is drawn centered at the vertex, and green circles are drawn centered where the red circles intersect the lines. Radii R are drawn from the centers of the green circles to where they intersect. Finally, the line connecting the center of the red circle and the intersection forms two identical triangles back to back. Since corresponding angles of these triangles are equal, they split the angle A into two equal subangles. Eratosthenes could have used this simple method to keep bisecting angles to smaller and smaller fractions of a full circle, producing 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, as far as materials and eyesight allowed. He could have produced a shadow scale similar to this to measure the shadow angle or some variant of it. The details of the equipment Eratosthenes used are lost to history, but just for fun, let's do our own experiment using a tall, pointy obelisk casting shadows onto circles on the ground marked in degrees. Eratosthenes did not have the degree system for angle. He would have used Egyptian units. But just for fun, let's do the experiment using modern degrees and miles. So, here we are outside the Great Library of Alexandria on June 21st in the year 240 BC. We are waiting for the sun to come up, so here we go. Let's get into a basket and fly above the obelisk so we can look straight down. Here comes the sun. noon, then sundown. Did you catch that? Well, Eratosthenes did not have instant replay, but fortunately we do. In this experiment, he would have captured the moment when the shadow was shortest, marking local high noon. So let's back it up and have another look. And there's noon. As you can see, the actual angle is a little more than 7 degrees. I read that as 7.2 degrees. Eratosthenes reported his results in terms of fractions of a full circle, reporting that the shadow angle was 1/50th of a full circle. A full circle being 360 degrees divided by 50 equals 7.2 degrees. Eratosthenes now knew that the angle S in our previous drawing was 1/50th of a full circle. As a side note, here is what he would have seen if he had used his simple angle scale, showing the shadow cast as approximately 1/50th of a full circle. Now let's see what he did with this information. Using Euclid's proof that alternate interior angles of a transversal across parallel lines are equal, he then knew that the central angle between Aswan and Alexandria was 1/50th of a full circle, and the distance along the Earth was 524 miles. Eratosthenes would have reasoned that if one pizza slice of angle 1/50th was 524 miles along the outer edge, then two pizza slices fitted together would have a total central angle of 2/50ths of a full circle, and the distance would be doubled to 1048 miles. So, using this method, he would have multiplied the 524 miles by 50 to estimate the distance around the entire Earth. That equals 26,200 miles around the Earth. The current value is 24,860 miles. Eratosthenes did this estimate in 240 BC, more than 22 centuries ago, with little more than string, obelisks, wood, stone, and a few camels. He also had the great records, tools, and tradecraft of the Egyptian surveyors and pyramid builders that came before, an amazing accomplishment by any standard. Eratosthenes did not have modern units of distance. The Egyptian unit was the stadia, and it is not known which value for the stadia he used. Some references say the stadia he used was 500 feet, others 600 feet, etc. Eratosthenes reported the distance between Aswan and Alexandria was 5,000 stadia. Some legends say he used the time it took a camel to walk between the two cities to estimate the distance, but nobody knows for sure. It is likely the Egyptian surveyors mapped the country more accurately over the centuries. It's also possible that as chief librarian, he may have commissioned a special survey to confirm the maps. But in any case, this table compares some common values to bound how close he came in 240 BC. No matter how you slice it, we're talking 240 BC, using the crudest of tools. Eratosthenes went on to establish a grid system to chart the known world. Ironically, over 1,700 years later, Columbus's map of the known world was not substantially better than the maps inspired by Eratosthenes centuries earlier. More details had been filled in by that time, but Columbus chose a lowball size estimate compared to the famous estimate by Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes is sometimes called the father of geography, just as Euclid is coined the father of geometry. It's easy to view the astounding accomplishments of ancient scientists like Eratosthenes as produced by intellectual giants, but Eratosthenes would have been the first to credit the genius of the Egyptian surveyors, pyramid builders, and the ancient Egyptian civilization, which provided a hands-on laboratory for the application of scientific and natural theories developed by the Greek and other philosophers of the ancient world. It was the perfect marriage of the Greek philosophical tradition to the hands-on engineering expertise of the ancient Egyptians that enabled such amazing accomplishments as Eratosthenes estimating the size of the earth without even leaving Egypt. We hope you enjoyed this video as much as we enjoyed making it. If so, please feel free to share with your friends and teachers. We would love to hear your feedback, so either click on one of the like.
Brilliant. Nice and simple.
Very
Easy to
interesting.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Made it very easy to understand, didn't it?
Yeah.
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 Right,
You
if I
think,
unmute
Alf?
myself. Yeah, that was simple and concise in some ways, yeah.
240 BC. That's an astonishing accomplishment, really.
Yeah. 2,250 years ago.
But
Or
it
thereabouts.
shows how mathematics can be brought into it in that simplest form when you
Yeah.
when you work things out. when you get a ratio of something, for something to be so big or whatever, and then just put a value to it, like working out the distance, and then when you got the angles.
Well, we forget just how much the ancient Greeks were able to do with mathematics, even with such a limited number line that they had. I mean, at that point, we still hadn't even conceptualized, didn't have the concept of zero, not even as a placeholder, which makes this all the more impressive.
Yeah, I think it was the Indians or someone that brought in zero. I think I read.
Yeah, I believe it was. I mean, a placeholder for a null value, i.e., not having anything, was what came first, and then yeah, I think it was the Indians and the early Muslims in that early period before they decided that learning was bad.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for numbers and working out angles, that was the amazing thing for things back then. For even people to even want to know stuff like that. That's the inquisitive part of it, the further knowledge or further understanding.
Well, I mean, an awful lot of this came from, as was mentioned there, an awful lot of this knowledge came from the need build calendars to plant stuff and to be able to measure out land so that the landowners could.
And even brought into it about the star rotations and things where you'd know about everything from plant and crops to seasonal events.
Yeah. Although remember that back then, Polaris was not the North Star. The North Star was Thurban.
Ah, okay.
Not that we really use the stars anymore. Certainly my dad doesn't.
Sorry?
Well, I've been told that I'm thick and not a farmer's son because obviously farmers use the stars to plan everything.
Yeah.
Which I had to point out to a certain somebody that no, we don't. We actually use the calendar that's based on the sun and the moon. My dad couldn't give two shits where the stars are.
But I mean, I'm sure the modern calendar does have some inclination of where the stars are as well built in.
Yes, but we don't rely on them.
No.
The fact that it all happens to handily coincide is,
yeah,
it's this thing called coincidence.
It's no. It's called this thing. It works because it's the way the universe is.
Correct.
We live on a lesser spiral arm of the galaxy, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
Just right for redevelopment. And
correct. Make way for a hyperspace bypass. But yeah, to be told, oh, you know nothing, the farmers use stars. They might have done thousands of years ago, but
yeah,
have much better ways of telling what time of the year it is.
Well, this brings it forward to another question that can be asked to do with math. Was it discovered or invented?
Oh. He looks like he's going to say, has he had a good thunk about it?
Yeah.
Hello.
It's called THUNK. So we'll see. We'll see what he thinks about, and then we can discuss math as in discovered or invented, or
you can think say anything you like.
Or neither.
Steady
I think it's a bit of both.
Do we think about thunk or thunk about think?
No, he thunk about it.
Oh, right.
Okay. Got a good thunk.
Okay.
This episode might be a little complex. You might want to square the last half of it just to be on the safe side.
Then he opened his mouth. Forget it.
In 1623, Galileo Galilei published a book called Il Saggiatore, or The Experimenter, which contained a philosophy about how one should approach the natural sciences, like physics or astronomy. Philosophy is written in this grand book, the universe, which stands continually open before our eyes, but cannot be understood without first learning to comprehend the language and know the characters as it is written. It is written in mathematical language, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is impossible to humanly understand a word. Because you've had some sort of modern education, your first reaction might be some form of, well, duh. Mathematics is just how you do science, right? Well, math has been associated with the sciences for a long time, but Galileo was actually one of the first to put his foot down and say unequivocally, the principles by which the universe operates are fundamentally mathematical in nature. He's not just claiming that mathematics is a useful tool for figuring out how the universe works. He's claiming that the underlying rules that make things tick are inherently mathematical, that the universe itself is basically written in math. That's less obvious. Do the mathematical principles that we learn actually have some sort of existence in the universe itself, which mathematicians just stumble onto by thinking hard? Or are they purely mental constructs that we invent, that just happen to show up a lot in the universe's operation? Is mathematics discovered or invented? That might sound like a strange question at first. It helps to understand why math is so categorically different from everything else that humans use to understand things. First, it's true that many of the things that mathematicians work on eventually find some sort of practical application. But if you ask them, they'd probably tell you that their work has nothing whatsoever to do with the real world. For example, the Banach-Tarski theorem states that through some set theory juju, you can take a solid sphere, divide it into an infinite set of points, then disassemble and reassemble those points into two spheres identical with the original one. That's not just physically impossible, it doesn't seem to provide any useful insight into anything but weird mathematical constructs. It's what's known as pure math, math that's untainted by anything like application or reality. And it's not categorically different from any other sort of math. Second, mathematics is generally considered to be composed of analytic statements, statements which don't require any sort of external confirmation to be true or false. All science, whether it's biology or astrophysics, requires measurements and observations to evaluate the accuracy of theories. Their truth or falsehood is only established by testing the behavior of the universe and seeing how closely it matches their predictions. But I don't need to grab 3 avocados and show you that I can't physically divide them into equal groups larger than 1 to say something like 3 is prime and be right. I don't need to put error bars on a graph of y equals x or say something like 1 plus 1 equals 2 so far. Unlike scientific facts, mathematical facts seem to be necessarily true, even if they're only about made-up stuff like the Banach-Tarski theorem. The problem is that while we're playing around in the pure thought of mathland, we continue to find these imaginary things seemingly written into the behavior of the universe, exactly as Galileo suggested. In his aptly named essay, The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences, physicist and philosopher Eugene Wigner laid out several convincing examples of exactly this sort of phenomenon. The first works we know of that reference conic sections, like parabolas, are from a dude named Menaechmus in ancient Greece, who invented these shapes because they made it easier to calculate the answers to a pure math puzzle that he was working on. But despite those pure math origins, conic sections show up everywhere. The movement of projectiles, harmonic oscillators, radar dishes, finance, even the shapes of some sea creature shells are best described by these imaginary figures. Isaac Newton subscribed to Galileo's ideology about the fundamentally mathematical nature of the universe. Despite the fact that the astronomy charts he was using were relatively inaccurate, he guessed that the numbers that they were describing were vaguely elliptical in nature. The equation that he came up with, based on that guess, referencing these ancient mathematical curiosities, was absurdly accurate, down to a 10,000th of a percent. And he got it just by assuming that whatever made the planets move, it did so according to a simple mathematical formula. That's not really a well-duh thing anymore. These relationships are incredibly complicated and very hard to grasp unless you're using mathematics to explain and predict them. Again and again, scientists guess simple mathematical answers to complex phenomena and end up bang on the money. It's so common that a large part of the support for many modern theories in physics, things like M-theory and supersymmetry, are largely based on their mathematical elegance. Theorists just expect the universe to behave in a mathematically simple and elegant fashion. But again, there's nothing categorically separating the pure math, like the Banach-Tarski paradox, from the applied math that we use to calculate things like orbits. We're caught in kind of an awkward place here. On the one hand, mathematics seems like it's separate from the real world in some significant way. On the other hand, it seems to show up there an awful lot. Unlike most metaphysics, the fundamental nature of mathematics has some serious practical ramifications. For example, what we think about math has a lot to do with what we think about the objective truth of science. Almost all modern scientific theories use some sort of mathematical justification for their claims. If that mathematics isn't objectively true, then all scientific findings that use math would, at best, be useful imitations of what's actually going on. Attempts to communicate with aliens, including the Golden Record on the Voyager probe and the Arecibo message, invariably assume that any intelligent life would be able to recognize something like pulses of prime numbers and interpret them more or less the way that we would. If mathematics is just a function of the human mind, we might be wasting our time in that regard. Philosophers have developed several different approaches to the question, but as far as we can tell, there's no real way of knowing which, if any of them, are right, and there are significant problems or objections to each. Lowercase p Platonism is more or less derived from the philosophy of Plato, but has evolved a great deal since his theory of forms. According to Platonists, we discover mathematical entities and mathematical truths because they literally exist, and they're literally true. When you say something like 3 is prime, for a Platonist, you are making a true statement about a real abstract thing called 3. Now, I'm not talking about the numeral 3 here, this little squiggle that we write on a piece of paper to reference 3-ness. I'm talking about the 3-ness itself, the thing that we recognize echoes of in groups of 3 things. This is actually how a lot of mathematicians think while they're working, as though they're searching for some answer that's already there. But if abstract objects like numbers actually exist, they have to be pretty weird. If 3 has always been prime, even before anyone discovered it was, that means that it had to have some sort of existence outside of a human mind. But it couldn't have a specific location, or a physical presence, or a color, or any properties at all besides eternal, unchanging 3-ness and all the mathematical properties that implies. That's really, really weird. Mathematicians might think like Platonists while they're working, but if you asked one if they believed in the eternal, non-spatial, non-temporal, non-causal, abstract entity of 3-ness, they'd probably look at you like you were crazy. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have nominalism, Latin for nameism, the view that what we're doing when we count things is just drawing an imaginary boundary around some part of the universe and giving that part of it a name. For nominalists, there isn't really any such thing as 3-ness. It's just a convenient label that we stamp on things we decide are like this 3 idea that we've come up with. At first, this seems pretty simple. One might be relieved to dispense with the abstract objects of Platonism. But nominalism has some problems of its own. We generally accept scientific knowledge as being literally true, along with the existence of the concepts that it uses to help explain certain phenomena, stuff like the Higgs field or dark matter. If we're willing to accept the existence of something like gravity in the course of a scientific explanation for phenomena, why wouldn't we accept something like numbers, which are just as necessary? Now, these are just 2 very broad positions about mathematical realism or anti-realism. The full landscape of the metaphysics of mathematics has a huge number of very nuanced and interesting responses to the question about whether math is discovered or invented or neither or both. Some philosophers believe that mathematics is just the inherent structure of logically valid thought. Others believe that all mathematical statements have an implied disclaimer, like in the fiction of arithmetic. Still others believe that the question itself is some sort of meaningless word game, like what's the sound of one hand clapping? Needless to say, there's a whole lot more to this that I'm not telling you. If this subject is of any interest to you at all, please check the links in the description. But even with all this careful, nuanced thought on the subject, there's still something intriguing and almost magical about mathematics and its efficacy that's hard to explain, especially when I'm trying to figure out how much money I spent on Steam this month. What do you think? Is mathematics discovered, a feature of the universe itself? Or is it invented, an imaginary man-made tool that just happens to be really, really good for science? Does it even mean anything to ask? Please leave a comment below and let me know what you think. Also, episode 100 is coming up, and I'd love to answer some of your questions, either about me or the show or any of the topics that I've covered. So please feel free to leave those as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. I thought that was an interesting thought experiment, that listening to that guy with that. To whether math
That's
was invented, and developed, it puts a lot of...
I
Because you got to put values to, like when he was showing those 3 lemons or whatever they were.
Yeah.
You put a value to it, as a singular for 1, and then so on. But then, like you said, that maths did develop later on. You had to add a naught to the system for calculations.
I kind of sit in almost exactly in the middle between the
discovered or invented.
the Platoist on one side and then the other one on the other side. I sit almost in the middle. That it is inherent in the universe.
Yeah.
But what we do is we find ways of describing it, and those ways of describing it we create for ourselves in a language that fits what is already there inherently.
I would say it's discovered, like radio waves. They're inherent. They're there. We just found them. Yeah, sort of thing.
But then we invent ways of.
Then we gave a name.
Manipulating them and doing useful stuff with it.
Yeah, exactly. But
which is kind of invention, if you know.
Yeah, we stuck a label to it, so we know what it was.
Well, if we didn't have numbers, we wouldn't be able to explain to Riley about these 5 coins or whatever it was.
We've got English and numbers, and he still doesn't understand the concept of it all.
Because he's thick.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh, who's been hiding people? What did you hide Ivan for, Sam? What did Sam do? What did...
Nothing.
I don't know. I'm reading...
I don't know.
You deleted message.
T-A-H, I mean.
He was just asking who that channel was. What I can see.
Ivan Vane.
Right,
hidden by Sam.
Yeah, I know, and I'm just looking at Ivan's messages, and I don't see anything there.
I put the link and he said, righto, thanks, I think.
Yeah, that's what. Because tar. Yeah, that's kind of.
Thank you in English.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Although if I was writing it in English for that, I would not put the H on the end. But there you go.
No, but I don't see anything there.
Sorry, dropped my phone.
I don't see anything there that warrants being hidden.
No, it doesn't need to be.
Please explain, Sam.
Sam didn't mean it. He said he's sorry he dropped
his
phone.
He's done a John Rapp, have you?
Okay.
Give him the John Rapp treatment.
Is Ivan okay?
Sorry,
Has he got a spanner? I'll have to give him his spanner.
No, he hasn't.
No, he doesn't.
Give him a spanner.
I'll give him his spanner.
I'll be honest. I've almost done it a couple of times.
Yeah, well, I can do that.
I've accidentally when I've gone to look at someone's channel.
Yeah, I fixed you, Ivan. You're okay now. All fixed. Just type back in again just to check to see if your spanner works. Just type a 4. That'll do.
You're forgiven, Sam.
Yeah, Sam, type a 4.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a 3-minute one. I've got a 3-minute video here that I was just going to play last, but by the time my eyes and everything ran through all these videos to watch. Oh, hey, rocket scientist. Are you up to coming in tonight, or is it a bit late? Or what time is it over there? Oh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Jeez, what are you doing up this early?
Oh, Boggs is back.
Is that Boggs? No, that's not Boggs.
Oh,
yeah.
Boggs?
No, Boggs has got a different avatar. That's not Boggs.
Oh, I don't know who it is.
I don't know who's changed their name. Who's changed their name?
Got Blake 7 avatar.
Well, actually, somebody's made up a whole channel.
Blake 7.
But they've already got a spanner, so it's one of those people that try to trick me.
By changing their names.
Yes.
That doesn't have any content. No playlists.
If you only want to hear an almost drunk rocket scientist.
Almost drunk.
Almost
Get another
drunk.
drink
Well, that's
come
not
in.
too bad.
Yeah. Another drink come in.
Who's Boggs?
We're nearly finished all this math stuff. You've
Oh,
made
hi,
a
Colin. Sorry I
significant-
didn't make it.
Oh, okay.
Didn't make it last night, Mr. Sensible. It was too late.
Ah.
He's got a red globe with the moon in the back, or the Earth in the background.
Yeah, I can't quite figure it out.
Oh, it is Blake 7, yeah.
Blake 7.
Yeah, Blake 7.
Oh, okay. Who is Boggs? Oh, you don't know Boggs? It probably is Boggs.
Boggs.
It
Boggs
probably
is
is.
locker number 2.
He's just trying to be in disguise. Oh dear. I'd like to have found some more of these videos, so I'm going to have to keep continuing this part of the series in this area, the same theme. But this is something else I found. I don't know how old it is.
Ishango, but 22,000.
It says it's 2013. It was uploaded, but I got no idea.
It's 22,000 years old.
Yeah. Well,
that's how long YouTube's been going.
Okay, well, it only goes for 3 minutes. Some sort of news thing. It's Creative Commons, so I can play it.
Another contribution to science. CNN's Patricia Kelly talked with researchers who have evidence that 20,000 years ago, before the pharaohs of Egypt, another African civilization produced a sophisticated calculator.
Proof that primitive man was well acquainted with mathematics lies under lock and key in the dusty archives on the 19th floor of Belgium's Royal Institute of Natural Science. Best described as a prehistoric calculator, it's a piece of animal bone, just 10 centimeters long, about 4 inches. Discovered in the 1950s by a leading Belgian archaeologist, the bone was found near Lake Edward at Ishango, on the border between the Congo and Rwanda. What sets the bone apart from the other fossils and fragments found at Ishango are its markings, groups of notches arranged in 3 distinct columns.
They are very, very well organized. They are not made at random. If you can make notches at random just to count how many animals you have killed today or something like that, but it's rather well organized.
When the notches are counted, a series of number sequences emerges. They suggest a number system based on 10, another based on 12, as well as a knowledge of multiplication and of prime numbers. This is a replica of the bone. It's thought this piece of quartz at the tip may have been used for writing or engraving. The Ishango bone may also be proof that a highly advanced civilization existed in Central Africa 15,000 years before the emergence of Egyptian culture. Homo sapiens may therefore have evolved in Central Africa before anywhere else in the world.
We have more and more proofs of mathematical activities in Africa, not written, but on stones, on bones, on strings. So indeed, there are more reasons to think that it's the start of, it's the very first mathematical activity. And in my view, of course, it should not be on the 19th floor. It should be on a golden table at the entrance of the museum.
It's thought Ishango man's numbers system may have spread north following the River Nile into Egypt, as well as into West Africa. Now his influence may travel even further. This award-winning film director wants to take the bone into space and make a documentary about it.
I want to make a link between the history of Africa and the future of the mankind.
With the help of the European Space Agency, he's already taken the bone on a practice parabolic flight in zero gravity. The project is a deliberate allusion to the opening scenes from Stanley Kubrick's classic science fiction film 2001, A Space Odyssey. 50 years after the Ishango bone was found and stuffed away in a drawer, it could be blasted into outer space, turning science fiction into fact. That could happen even before it goes on public display here on Earth. Patricia Kelly, CNN, Brussels. This is a replica of the bone. This is a replica.
Sorry, Peanuts. I turned the panel off.
All right, that's how much money he was owed in each little square.
Well, they had a stylus on the end of it, so obviously they were using some sort of clay and some sort of cuneiform markings or something to write it down or something. Yeah.
That was to prick people who didn't pay up.
Oh, do you reckon he might have been a debt collector?
Yeah.
22,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Doubt it.
Well, that's why it's been hard to find anything on the internet unless you type the right word into search.
That's in the midst of the last ice age, 22,000 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we were still human, but I'm not quite sure we were that advanced. Not when it comes to things like debt collection.
No.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I don't know. So much that remains from that time has either disappeared or just not been discovered yet.
Yeah,
You know.
and we've only found fragments of things, and even the knowing how the pyramids were built 100%. There's been a few different variations of how they did it.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the pyramids because what actually were the pyramids built for?
Although we believe that they are built to bury their dead, or the pharaohs.
Yes. And do you know how much evidence there is for that?
Only from what they found
In fact,
inside.
we found some bodies in there.
Yeah, found the bodies in there. Yeah.
Well, the Great Pyramids at Giza. I don't think they actually found anything in there. They call these rooms, the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber. There wasn't anything in there.
No.
Yeah, but they could have been robbed beforehand.
Well,
they were astrological then.
Most of what we think we know about Egypt and the pyramids is pure supposition. But it's pure supposition that's been written into the history book.
Yeah.
So it's real.
Do you think it's something to do with idolizing the stars and the gods up there?
Well, they were built with incredible accuracy to match where various stars and things were.
Yeah.
Isn't it Orion's belt or something?
Yeah, I mean the Sphinx was built to point. Which star is it? I can't remember which one it is now, but it doesn't rise there anymore. But when it was built, it was pointing in exactly the right place.
Yeah. No, it's
they weren't stupid.
Yeah,
we still don't know what they're actually building all this stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like for a future couple episodes, we'll look into that one, see what we can dig up. Yeah.
Oh, it's a massive.
But what I'm more interested, in is the measuring and math that developed to build the pyramids, like how they measured it and things like that, what tools they used and how they got things level and flat and all that sort of stuff. So I'll have to look into that for next episode. That sort of stuff.
But it does seem rather large objects, buildings, just to map the stars, or just to point them north.
It's full of mystery. I mean,
that is, isn't it? Yeah.
The pyramids, the youngest rocks are at the top. I mean, sorry, yeah, the youngest rocks are at the top, which makes no sense. Because if it was built from the bottom up, you'd think that the
youngest rocks would be at the bottom.
The very bottom,
you
And there was this idea that because the Nile River had the most pure minerals, so they had the concrete, type, solution, which was a lot stronger than the concrete of today because it was pure, and there was this idea that they built the pyramids upside down by sliding the blocks down a hill onto each other. So they dug out the sand first, and then what they did is they piled sand up on one side of the pyramid, and then they got all the animals and all the people and everything, and they levered it by removing the sand, and eventually it just fell over, and the concrete and the way they put the pyramids together held everything together, and it fell down into place. And that was one of the theories that people have come up with to explain how the youngest rocks were at the top.
Yeah, well, the bits that are known is that there is the amount of sand that's there now. What wasn't there as much there back then, and also the numbers of people that were used to build them. That's the facts that we do know.
Yeah, but the craziest thing is that the rocks for the pyramids seem to have come from a quarry 500 miles away.
Yeah.
Well, they speculated that there was like little wharves and jetties going right up close to the pyramids from the Nile, even that they floated each boulder in on one of those reed rafts type systems.
Yeah, they had rivers right up to the actual building.
Yeah, but were they using elephants and mammoths or whatever to slide the rocks up big ramps and all that sort of stuff?
Yes. The latest theories, they actually made a ramp all the way around the outside in a spiral form.
Yeah, but how'd they secure the ramp's materials? Because that would have just been sand.
No, they built the actual stones and slid them up the outside. They built a ramp, right?
Out
they
of
built
what?
It from the inside
out. Yeah, but what did they build the ramp out of?
Stone. That was part of the
pyramid. They used stone for the ramp. Okay.
Yeah, that was part of the actual structure, right? They built it from the inside outwards. So they had this spiral ramp round the outside at a very shallow angle to get up the massive stones all the way up, right? And as they went up, right, and then they obviously built it from the top down to fill up the outside ramp.
That's interesting.
But each large stone was like 2.1 ton, wasn't it?
Yeah, huge, weren't they?
I mean, that's like pushing 2 cars.
Yeah, and also there's only certain
that's
parts.
Why the ramp.
That's
why the ramps were really shallow.
And also the bits that they did build were made out of form stone around all the crypts and everything, but in between everything else and the outside layer was just fill. There wasn't stone.
The outside layer was made with that shiny stone on it, but most of that's gone now because of weather.
They've all been blocked out.
But there was also other anomalies, like inside the chambers and everything. There were statues of different things, and it was carved granite. What the hell were they carving granite with?
Yeah.
It's the second strongest, stone.
Yeah.
It's one below diamond. You know what I mean? Well, they're diamond blades. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think about it.
Diamonds
were in abundance in Africa on the surface, so they could have.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've checked the outside, see if there's diamond.
Yeah, they use a diamond tip saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
the mind
And it was
boggles on it.
perfectly cut. It wasn't like, oh, you know, a half-assed job. It was a perfect symmetry, and they prided themselves on symmetry. And there's a bunch of documentaries on how they think they kind of used like a compass type thing to be able to get the perfect symmetry between the nose and the eyes and everything. But you're still carving granite. You know, it's just incredible.
Well, you're bringing us something else into it too. Is when the Mayans and Aztecs built their stone monuments as well. How closely formed their stones were. So, how did they know about it as well as the Egyptians? You know.
Yeah, and they knew exactly where the moon and the sun would be when they built it. That's why they got the moon and the sun pyramid. You know, it's just incredible. I mean, the ancients are always written off as, you know, as the old world, but I mean, far out. Their knowledge is well beyond what we give them. You know, many give credit for.
The only country that I haven't looked right back into is the Eastern, like China and those areas. They're the only areas that I haven't looked into yet.
Yeah, well, there's pyramids there. There's pyramids there too, Terry. Sorry.
Wow.
You know who we really need to talk to about the pyramids, don't you? Cody.
Yeah.
Because he's had decent access to it that you don't get as a normal tourist.
Well, I think he's going to be. I think he's planning to do a presentation on it probably on Jose's channel. If I remember right.
No, he was planning on that ages ago, wasn't he?
I know, but he's now done a preview video on his channel, hasn't he? I think, although I've not watched it yet.
I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to cover them in detail.
Yeah, we really need Cody for this.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even know where to start for all that, because I've only just looked at bits and pieces of temples and things like that. So like we can only speculate how they did it.
Well, I like the idea of the spiral around the outside. I think that's quite feasible. And then they built it. They've got proof that it was built from the inside out.
Yeah, some of the things they built with the doorway was too narrow for the thing that's inside it to be built.
Well, yeah.
So brought in, so it had to be built around it. So that's another proof.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. I'll help you out with some pictures. There we go.
You crane.
Yeah, they used the crane. No, what's wrong with that? See?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
So long, it's not even wrong.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're cranes.
Yeah.
I like the red and white board. No entry board.
Yeah, no entry. Yeah, work cover safe.
Well, yeah, we'll soon put you a pyramid up. We'll get some do before we. Yeah.
Yeah, work cover were on the ball in those days, you know, for safety and everything. You didn't want any unsafe practices for work. You know, work safe.
It's shame we don't have hard hats.
That's so funny.
If you scroll down, you'll probably see the
Yeah, step by step.
They wouldn't have done it at that angle. The angles.
That's not easy, man. That is not an easy.
No.
Damn gravity would be getting in all the problems. Damn gravity.
Occam's razor. I've heard that phrase before, Chris. What's Occam's razor?
It means the most simplest answer is probably the right one. The most simplest theory is probably the right one.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah, they didn't have they didn't.
So aliens then. Oh man. It's incredible though. I mean, if you think about
Well, there's Flurfer would do it.
See, that's the oldest to youngest theory, right?
Yeah, keep scrolling down. You'll probably see the spirally bit what I'm talking about, if it's on there.
So I love it how they show these like cartoons, and it's like, how did they lift that block up to there? You know.
You just had it there, Terry.
2 ton.
With them
What,
people,
that
you
one?
can see the ramp on the outside. No, that one. You can see the ramp on the outside, right? And they're building it from the inside out.
Yeah, but they didn't put those blocks on the inside because that's all fill. They only just used blocks in the certain areas around the chambers and on the outside wall.
Yeah, all the outside structure was big bores, and they got smaller and smaller and smaller. And you can see the ramp. That's the outside of the actual pyramid. The only way they could have got those there is from building it from inside out.
Yeah.
Oh, can I just point out that Sheeples forgot one really important bit in his description of Occam's razor.
You sure?
It's the simplest explanation that accounts for all the facts.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
because if you forget to say that, that's when you get things like flurfism, because it's flat because it looks flat, and that's the simplest answer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that ain't factual.
Yeah,
I was actually
I agree with
kinda
rocket.
coming from
All of the facts.
I agree with rocket scientist. I like the Stargate theory. The pyramids are landing pads for alien spacecraft.
Yep, nope,
Yeah,
that works
me
for
too.
me.
That works for me.
I like that too.
Can't disagree with that one.
No, but see the difference with the flurf comment there, Alan, is that the people using Occam's razor actually wanted to work things out. So flurfism can't apply because we don't know any that want to work things out that are true flurfers.
Yes, but we have to remember we are
There you go, Terry.
talking to the R words so many times that we have to be very specific about Occam's razor.
That's true.
Them ones there, but the ramps weren't as steep as that, as they're projecting there. They're a lot shallower.
You having a coffee, Alan?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I am too. Cheers.
Actually, I'm having I'm not sure if it's second breakfast or 11's.
There's a great person in the
first
peanut
breakfast.
gallery, and they put
Hello,
four.
Hello, Jenny
Oh,
Morgan.
Jenny.
I'm not doing it.
Jeez, I wonder if they're going to get timed out by the time I click
Oh,
something here.
she's-
I have to be careful.
No, Jenny.
moving
I'm
the
not
mouse
doing it.
slowly.
No, I get
over.
into trouble.
Jenny's
Yeah,
been
don't-
tricked by Surf.
Was they?
Yeah, don't tell the peanut gallery that she's got no spanner because they
Yeah,
might time her out.
there's a great
Oops.
person.
Oh
Anyone-
look,
Surf said if you're enjoying the stream, say 4 in the chat. So
yeah, go on, Kazman, say 4.
Surf said.
Mippet said, "I'm not doing it." Come on, you
Casual.
bunch of chickens!
Oh, casual. I can't believe you did that.
Oh, he did it. Oh, casual.
Ah.
Whoa.
Casual.
Oh.
Casual.
out.
Twice.
Time casual out then.
Yeah.
No, Dora, I'm not doing it anymore because I got into trouble the last time. I wasn't letting MD else do it. So I'm not doing it anymore.
So whoever does it first.
I'm in a huff.
He just gave us 600 seconds.
Where'd casual go? There he is.
He
There's
just
Casual.
gave her 600 seconds, Terry.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not. It's not cumulative.
Oh dear, casual.
I think you need to get Surf as well.
Bye,
Surf's a
casual.
wee shit stirrer, so you need to get
Yeah.
him.
Surf started all of this problem.
Yeah. Blame Surf.
Yep.
Caustic spacebar.
He said if you're enjoying this stream, say 4.
Oh, Surf, you're a troublemaker, I tell you.
Yep.
Oh,
Got a
Surf.
big wooden spoon.
Anyway, back to pyramids. Oh.
Back to there. Oh, here they are. That's
There
Yeah.
they go.
That's how they did it.
I'm surprised the Flurfs
Aha.
haven't got that picture. This is how they are landed. And they think, well, hang on, you live on a flat Earth, you don't believe in space, yet you reckon aliens landed.
Yeah.
That's a YouTube as
Exactly.
well.
Yeah,
Where
aliens
did the
came
aliens come
from.
They came from the dome.
Yeah.
I like how they built one and it didn't quite make it for the angle, and they shallowed the last
No.
bit.
I
No,
think that
that's
might be
weathered.
weathering.
That's weathering, Tillery. Yeah, you can see the stone there at the bottom, that white stuff. That's
Yeah.
the face. That's the
Yeah, they
face
say
of
it was
Lord.
white.
It was white.
Yeah.
That was white. That was pure
Would
white.
have been amazing to see it white in the desert when you come up to it back in those days.
Could there have been a marker for travelers
Interesting.
from a distance?
Yeah, but what amazes me is how the Aztecs and Mayans
Done the same.
did the same shape. That's the bit that got me.
Well, back then, if you wanted to build a tall object with the least amount of material, pyramid was actually pretty optimal.
Yeah,
because
there you go.
it wouldn't fall down.
That one. That's how they reckon they've done it now. You see how shallow those angles are compared to all the others.
Still a hell
And
of a
that's
lot
the
of
only,
work.
yeah, that's the only feasible way they could have done it. Really, with what they had available to them.
Yeah. Well, they had people. They had the
Well, yeah,
people
but even
resource.
still, there's only so much you can do with people because them ramps can only be so wide.
And did they use logs, or did they use fat, or what did they use to
Water.
slide them up?
Water for the friction, stop the friction, stop things getting heated.
Multiple locks.
Yeah.
And they probably used logs as rails rather than rollers.
Yeah.
Alan,
Yes.
can you have a quick look in your Discord, please?
Oh no.
I see. Teleported them into place.
Yeah.
Is that what I think that is?
That's CGI.
It's exactly what you think it is going over the top of Orion.
Yeah, it's just Orion.
Well, through the middle of Orion, really.
That's
Okay,
Orion's
engineers
belt.
share
Although-
your theory on construction.
Although it's upside down.
Oh, stop it with that upside down stuff.
Back to front. You've broken it.
I'm afraid those what they just showed there, Terry, they would not have held big stones.
How long ago was this? 2015?
Yeah, that would have collapsed.
It's
There's a
crazy.
new theory on how the Egyptian pyramids were built. He says they might have used construction practices still employed today.
They wouldn't have used wooden.
There's no way they did that.
No.
We're talking 2.5 ton on average on
That'd
those
have
little
collapsed them.
rickety.
So
Yeah.
can I just point out something?
Yeah.
Depends if they had bamboo.
That still wouldn't hold it.
2.5.
I don't know.
ton.
I don't know. Have you seen what those ingenious little blokes over in Asia can do with bamboo?
Oh yeah, I know what they can do, but you can imagine that
Two
pulling
two
2.5
cars.
ton
Yeah, 2 cars.
up bamboo, how much force and forward momentum that'd be pushing on the side of that scaffold.
Oh, I don't want to disagree with you, but I will.
Was there even
That's-
bamboo in Egypt?
No. There's
Case
no bamboo.
closed.
Yeah.
Stop it with your fallacies of logic.
Sorry,
But the
but
theory is they use elephants to actually pull the rocks, the big ones up.
wow, it is
Yes, because they
fascinating.
did have a small domesticated species of elephant, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another one we can look at one day, Terry, is the Nazca lines.
Oh, yeah, that'll be
They've
down the
always
road. That
fascinated
stuff.
me.
They're
That'll be down the road. That
freaky.
one.
Yeah,
They're freaky.
they fascinated me since I was a kid.
That'll be
Now,
a different series.
They
Yeah, but
certainly look like
that-
alien landing lines.
Yeah, well, Eric von Bloomin' Daniken.
Oh no! But apart from him, I mean, it's like the amount of anomalies just in the few of those things. I mean, 800-foot monkeys
there,
and
Terry.
stuff.
Look
Crazy.
how smooth up there.
That one or the next one down?
Or the one down, yeah. One down's better. There. Look how perfect that edge is. I mean, modern day builders can't even lay bricks straight nowadays. Look at that. That is perfect.
Yeah.
That is just mind-boggling how they done that.
Yeah, but when you're building stuff for your gods, you tend to put a lot of effort into it. Just look at the Gothic churches from the early, from the Middle Ages, from sort of 1000 AD to say 1500 AD. All those beautiful Gothic churches that were built.
But the difference
Because
between
people were building it for their god.
Yeah, the difference being is they were forced to build the churches.
I was forced to build the pyramids. If they didn't get it right, they would be whipped.
Oh yeah, they weren't forced. They wanted to do it because they wanted to please them. There are apparently.
Yeah, but the people that they made build it, the slaves.
According to Toady, they weren't.
No, most of it was not slave labor.
No.
No,
No, they weren't. Actually, they weren't slaves at all.
Yeah, they've shown that they were highly respected builders themselves, and that they had their own area of dwellings and their own area.
Yeah, they had their own butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, and everything.
The Bible's wrong again, then.
Yeah,
of course.
And whereas the Bible, they are forced to build them churches, and if they didn't, they're killed.
Jenny, you fell for the oldest trick in the book, and you said 4. You're not allowed to say the word 4.
What did I do to earn a timeout? Oh
well. Running joke. Do not type 4.
Discuss it with Casual when he comes back.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Casual will explain it to you.
I want to know what
Right,
happened.
Castle, we got that. They're not slaves. Okay, thank you. You don't need to
We
shout.
know that. I just said that. Are you repeating me?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what happened to the nose of the Sphinx.
The snake fell off. The snake fell off.
The wind.
The snake fell off and hit it.
Got a cold. Sneezed.
No, does anyone know the actual what happened?
No, I think the snake fell down and hit it.
It did.
I thought the French used it for target practice.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
Bloody French.
No respect.
Bloody Napoleon.
Bloody frogs.
But
Bloody Foreign Legion.
There should be a snake on top of its head like all the other crowns and everything. So it's not there anymore. They could have shot the snake and then it could have fallen down. But
it should be made to put it back.
Pip, you forgot the most important one. She's eating surrender monkeys.
Yeah, there. I didn't like to say that. I wouldn't like to be racist or anything,
That's not its original head, is it?
Is it not?
No.
Ah. Go and tell us
if you
more.
look at it, the head is too small for the body. It's been recarved. That is not the original head.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's work that's been done since it was first carved out of the ground, because that's what it was. That entire thing was carved.
It's a bedrock, yeah.
Yeah, it's carved out of the ground. And they've sort of looked at it and said, well, look, the head's too small for the body because that's not the original head. The head was reworked into what we see now, or what's left of what we see now.
So they can see a distinct line where it's sat on. Yeah.
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 But it's suffered an awful lot of damage over the years, water damage, erosion, all sorts of things. It's a miracle it's still there at all, to be honest.
That's a shame, really, because that's magnificent feat, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's even more of a shame that it hasn't got the original head on it, because that would have been quite something.
Yeah.
I want to know why Shakira's in your Google history, Terry.
Yeah. Terry.
What
happened? That shows it particularly well. The head is completely the wrong proportion to the rest of the body.
And them forelegs are rather long as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they're 99.9% certain that isn't what was originally carved, that the head's been reworked since.
I think the Flower of Life pattern is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the head and the actual...
It's even a different coloured stone.
Yeah, I was just pointing that out to you.
Yeah.
That looks completely different, doesn't it?
That might well have been added onto it. You can see where the body's been carved out of the bedrock, but
yes,
it was a lot smaller than I actually realised. I thought it was a lot bigger.
I wonder if it was originally carved in a different representation of somebody, and then they've changed it to that person. Yeah. They could have done that.
It was probably a something. Yeah, but we don't know, because
we'll never know.
Renee me wants to know who farted.
It wasn't me.
Not me.
I don't know.
So while we're talking the pyramids, can anybody tell me the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world? That's a long time. Can anybody tell me when we next built a building that was taller than the Great Pyramid?
I don't know, Alan. I don't know,
No.
Alan, but I do know
No
that
idea.
the Sphinx smells funny because it hasn't got a nose.
Yeah.
It's 100 times pi, the Great Pyramid. Tall.
Would it be a church? Colosseum?
I believe I read somewhere that it was the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, right. That's a long time.
It's hardly
Yeah,
impressive.
1870 something.
Yeah. That's a clever bit of engineering as well. That Eiffel
Although I'm
Tower.
sure some of the medieval churches must be taller than the pyramid, but then
Really? The Eiffel Tower's bloody tall.
What about the
I
Bosnian
know.
Pyramid? Bosnian Pyramid's pretty massive. Much bigger than the Great Pyramid.
How tall are they? Anyone know off that?
Bosnian Pyramid.
Yeah.
I have it. Yeah.
Terry, as
It,
you're
it looks very high.
It's taller than me.
It looks massive. 220 meters.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know any churches.
That's that in real money.
The pyramid is, I think, it's 314 feet. 314 feet. This is 722 feet.
I don't know any churches that tall.
Did I hear the doorbell?
Maybe.
Bing bong.
Oh, it's casual. It's casual space person.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, who's he?
He's in trouble.
Oh,
The very naughty boy.
timing out an innocent Jenny Morgan. Apologize.
She wasn't innocent though. She said the banned word. She was
No, but if you actually follow the context, she was tricked as she was lured, and she was.
Yeah, it was Surf's fault. Casual. You've got to blame Surf now.
Okay. Yeah, Surf's fault then. Right.
Apologize. We can continue talking to you.
Anyway, I actually said they were. Anyway, I actually said they were not slaves. Actually, I had that typed out before you actually were talking about they weren't the fact that they weren't slaves because but I couldn't say it because I was typed out.
That's a funny way of saying sorry.
Yeah, that's no excuse. I already knew about it before you were typing it out. So there.
You know what, Casual? You know what, Casual?
What?
We actually timed you out and then started talking about it just to mess with your head.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, you knew what I was going to type, didn't you? You knew.
No starts bragging. No starts bragging. He escaped.
Anyway,
without punishment.
Jenny, I'm sorry, Jenny. I'm very sorry, Jenny. I got my punishment. I was timed
He's
out.
not really Jenny.
That
Don't listen to him.
sounds better than anything.
Surf
Anyway,
reckons he
how-
escaped punishment, Terry.
Well, Surf's got to escape punishment.
He
No,
just typed in he escaped punishment.
Yeah. And I escaped without punishment.
Ha ha! He.
That's what.
Anyway, how is everybody?
Oh, we're fine.
Okay, okay.
We just learnt about math.
Yeah. If you want to know how
Oh,
I
God,
am, as man, go do some research. Oh,
go do some
research.
I think the
You
coolest
guys-
part of the video was
Is
the
it-
unchanging threeness.
Yeah, is there a video about your mad beef that I can
Yes,
research
there
on?
is. Yeah, there's
Is
a
it a
history
YouTube
about
video? Is that
Three. It's all about the
Yeah,
three, Casual.
Three, yeah.
Doesn't
Just
mean
look up Sir Isaac
live.
Newton. He'll tell you all about it.
Unchangingness, unchanging threeness.
Anyway,
Oh,
Sheeport, long time no speak. I haven't spoken to you for ages. How are you?
Oh, hello.
Look at him. Oh.
Anyone checking the peanut gallery?
I'm doing alright,
Yeah.
Casual.
Yeah.
No, I haven't
He
spoken
wants
to
he
you.
wants to be timed out, Terry.
Oh,
Oh, that was harsh. That was
Oh,
harsh.
Mippet beat me. I got him too.
Mippet got him.
And Alan.
Nope, and Pipit. Yeah. Good old Pip.
oh, and Alan.
I see. This is female favoritism. Like Pip times people out. I do it. I get timed out. Yeah.
I haven't. That's the first
I
I've
see
done
how
it
it works.
for a
I
while.
see how
I
it
said I wasn't doing it anymore, but Surf
You
deserved
just
it.
did. You just
That's
did. You're not
'cause-
getting punished though.
That's because Pip was
Surf
pure
deserved.
I
cuddly.
thought the rule was that people on the panel couldn't do it. It was only the peanut gallery that could do it.
Well, in which case Pip and
Oh,
Alan
why did you make that up
punished.
this
Yeah.
minute?
That's a new
that
rule,
one.
Terry. You
That
can't
is a
start.
very new rule.
That's a moving the goalpost, I think.
Oh, I just thought.
Why? Flurfers do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you with that one.
We didn't realise you had the motorised goalpost there.
Yeah, I do. I've got my finger on the button every time somebody says something that's true.
I hate it when the truth gets in the way of a good story.
Yep.
Yeah, Kazban, if you want to know
Whoa.
about my history, I was the apple of Newton's logic.
Oh yeah, you fell on his head, did you?
Yeah, I was the one who went, shut up, bang. Kazman made me do it.
Kazman made me do it. Yeah.
Terry,
Peter.
I just took you a new picture.
You took me a new picture.
Yep.
Okay.
Took you a new picture.
Yeah.
A new picture.
Oh,
if
wait,
you'd like
wait,
to
wait,
see.
Wait a minute.
There
wait a
is
minute.
no
My hands are
list
not-
of rules.
I've got to. Yes, there is.
Say-
I've got the
say it
list,
right.
Peter. Alan. I do have.
Yeah, but it's not a public list of rules.
No,
Right,
it needs nothing.
I'm not under no obligation to submit a public viewing of my rules.
Yes, you
Shinzu
are.
said he needs to see all of these rules. As I said, there is no
well.
publicly
You're
available
not
list
going.
of
No,
rules.
sorry, Jinx. No one's allowed to see those rules.
It's a need to know basis. When you break them, you learn them.
Yeah.
Oh, so you learn the hard way then.
Yeah, yeah. You
Ooh.
you
You
learn.
don't get told what the rules are.
Yeah.
I can see an insulation for someone's long wire.
There's
Oh,
a lot. There's
yes.
a line. There's a line plane. I've
Yes,
heard about
yes,
these
can't-
things.
yes, you
can't
can.
use. Look,
That's
look,
not
Peter, you
real
can't use
sometimes.
the space station as an insulator.
What are
That's
you
just
doing?
cruel.
So I like that one.
Are you drawing on the screen?
No.
What's happening?
That's good.
So that's the ISS going straight
Mine's
through.
upside down.
Oh, it's
It's
not.
Orion's.
Oh,
It's going.
Ryan's sword.
Oh, look at your sky.
So
Poor
Quite
old
beautiful.
Orion.
Orion's got a sword at the moment, or he's been hit by an arrow. I don't know, one or the other.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I went and looked out because we had
That looks like
beautiful
a
clear
spear, actually.
skies last night.
What
Peter.
the hell
And,
is that?
and Beetlejuice, sorry, Beetlejuice,
It's the
it's not as
ISS.
bright. It's not very bright here.
It's a blitz.
It's not.
No, it's the ISS. So that direction out that way would be my east at the moment.
Right.
So that would be my north off to the right hand side. And I ran around.
So what's the long streak?
It's the ISS.
What's the thing next to your insulator then?
This one here.
Yeah,
So
that's your
the
insulator.
white bit.
That's my long.
Yeah.
No, it's
that's-
the white bit.
Yeah, hang
The
on.
white bit.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
ISS
yeah.
as well. I moved to get two pictures of it.
Ah, right.
So that's the same
Bloody-
tree. If you look here, Matt,
I see.
here's the wire again.
Ah, I can see low. Yeah,
Right, there's the wire again.
yeah, I can see the long wire. Yeah,
So I moved so that
Okay.
I could get two pictures of it.
yeah, but you can't use the ISS as an
Yeah,
insulator.
but
That's just
what's
cruel.
that bit?
So that's a Coke bottle half full of water, so that when I let this nylon rope out, my long wire antenna for my HF radio comes down
Just drops down.
without
It
getting
looks like the ISS.
without getting tangled up in the. Well, I didn't even realise the ISS was going over tonight until
No, I mean your Coke bottle looks like the ISS.
the
Yeah.
Coke bottle.
I'm very
Yeah.
confused.
Oh, hang on. We'll zoom in and we'll see if it looks like the ISS. As good as
It's the
Alan's.
I mean,
solar.
how the hell did you manage that?
It's the solar panels, isn't it?
Oh, there's no way I could see that good because, geez, it
See,
almost
look,
does.
that's the
It
It
is.
looks like
It
the
does.
ISS.
That is the ISS. Peter, how
When
did you
you
do
compare it
that?
to the ones I did the other night,
Peter,
of
that's
the
the
actual
longest
ISS.
that's the longest long wire I've ever seen in existence. Attaching it to the ISS.
Well,
How
It's-
did you manage that?
it's to stop it from falling away from Earth, you see, Mad.
It is a balloon after all.
It's tethered.
Gosh.
It's
No,
tethered to
don't go
Peter's
there.
long
Don't
wire.
go there. Don't go to the balloons, please. Don't. Please.
Can you
don't.
zoom in on the streak there
On the
Of the-
streak,
on the ISS? I want to
No.
see. I want to see it. I want to see.
you won't see much because it's like 10-second exposure.
Yeah. I just want to see the blurred out. Yeah, look at that.
Meow.
That's so, see, now it doesn't look like a drawn line. It looks like a lightsaber.
That line is just called a meow. That's what that the meow line.
That's 17,500 miles per hour. That's all that is.
So,
That's
well,
all,
that's 10 seconds from there to there.
Wicked.
Now, using your angles, geometry and things, you could work out how far that's travelled in that time.
Well,
and then you can work out its speed.
You mean
It
math?
was-
We're talking about
was-
math again?
Math?
That was
Yep,
almost
math.
above my head, Mad. It was probably.
Oh, right, cool.
So it was at, I think it was at 78 degrees.
Yeah.
Above my head, or just off my head.
What
I was-
time was it?
The long wire was literally just underneath. Oh, sorry, I was standing just underneath the long wire.
How tall is your long wire?
Off the ground.
About that long?
Yeah.
About 5 meters. It's just enough
Oh,
to.
cool. Yeah.
It's enough to get about 2 meters above the roof of the house.
Yeah.
I've got to stop sharing because I've been sharing for too long. I get paranoid.
What time is that in the night?
It was about half an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Where's
That doesn't
Ben
tell me
to
anything.
refute all of this?
About half an hour ago.
No,
About half an hour ago.
Well, I told you half an
Peter.
hour ago because we're in different time zones.
Yeah. But where is that? What time is it where you are now then?
It's 9:52.
Okay, so wow, you got a really nice bright sky
does-
at 9:20ish. I mean, yeah,
No, it's long exposure, 10-second exposure.
Peter,
So
super bright.
how does that compare to your Coke bottle?
it's pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah. Is your long
Nah,
wire attached
actually-
to it as
actually-
well, Terry?
No, because
Alan?
because you're looking at the two sides of the Coke. Oh well, so that Coke bottle's actually tied up by its lid, right? So
Yeah.
the two sides of the Coke bottle. Well, not the two sides. How do I explain it? Where the curve of the Coke bottle is, the plastic is somewhat more opaque, so you can't see through it as well.
Yeah.
So
You're
instead
talking
of
about
having,
refraction.
yeah, that's the one. So instead of having those two bits at either end, I've got them running down both sides with that would look like the satellite. I mean the
Solar panels.
solar panels. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that changes the orientation of the thing. Changes as it passes over your head.
Yeah.
You know, I had that when it was out to my west, and then
Yeah.
you know, as it's disappearing off the end.
Chris, don't you dare
You
say
end
his
up
name
with-
2 more times.
Yeah. What's
Two more-
set up to get the ISS? Jenny's asking.
Yeah, and that's what I got when it was disappearing away from me. But then, of course, by that point, that's maybe 600 kilometers downrange.
That was that just with your lenses, Alan, or was that with a?
That was with my 600 millimeter lens.
Yeah.
But you have to remember that's an 18 megapixel camera, so it's 5,180 something, I think, pixels wide by 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels high.
Yep.
And we're zoomed into 11:1 magnification.
Jenny Morgan.
That's about 70 pixels across.
Yeah. Jenny Morgan is asking what setup you two guys used to get them images. So could you tell her, please?
Right. My ISS image is taken with my Sigma 150 to 6 zoom lens.
You dropped out a bit there, Alan.
Sorry, these pictures of the ISS were taken with my Sigma 150 to 600 millimeter zoom at 600 millimeters. In this case, on a Canon EOS 550D, It's actually my son-in-law's camera line. And my Sky time-lapse videos, one of which I dropped just this morning just before this stream started, they are taken with a 20mm f2.8 lens on my Canon 50D, and the one I did this morning was 15-second exposures. But it was a very bright moon last night, which just puts lots of light in the sky, and when you're trying to photograph it basically just makes the sky glow.
Yeah.
Which is, and Peter has a problem that I believe you're also in a city, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. It's so I have got quite a lot of light pollution, but tonight I've actually got the moon as well, and the camera's out there tick-tocking away, and with the moon out there at the moment, it's going to turn into it's going to be interesting. I'll just leave it at that. But I've got a Canon 1200D, Jenny, with a for that particular photo that I took of the ISS, I had the 18 to 55 mil lens on because I was getting ready to take star trails, and I looked up and saw it going over, pulled out my phone and go, oh bother, and realised that my other lens was inside, and I thought, oh well, I'll just do it anyway and see what it turns out like.
I got a message.
You do.
I wonder if this
From
dick
what?
has posted my bloody graphics card.
Surf said,
No, the message on your thing is from me.
Surf said, Mippet keeps saying 4. Where?
Surf in
Dad,
Scotland.
Dad,
You're a
Mippet's
clown.
looking out my window. Tell her to stop looking out my window.
I'm
Dad, Mippet nicked my chocolate. Can you buy me some more?
Surf, you're a clipe.
If we don't stop it back there, I'm going to stop this stream and come in there and sort you guys out.
And you both won't have anything.
I was actually going to look for something then and now I've forgotten what it was. I got distracted.
Well, that's why I started doing it, Jen, and it's all Alan's fault. Alan suggested...
We're done reading, writing.
Reading and writing was more last one. This one was to do with math, or the arithmetic. Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Oh, by the way, Terry, you might get a nice email soon. You might already have had a nice email.
Email?
Yeah.
How would I get a nice email?
Are you being a creep?
No one knows my email address.
I do.
No, I don't know your email address either.
Nor do I. Shall we all send one to them?
But I know what your email address is linked to.
I'm going to send Terry an email telling him I haven't got his email address.
Change your name. Change your name, Casual, to the Cryptic Spaceman.
And that was the moon at about actually it was at 17:42 last night.
Jeez, I wish I could zoom in that far.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, my girlfriend took a photo of the moon during the day yesterday. We had a daytime moon. Yeah.
Wally has a good idea. Who's going to snap the ISS with the dragon?
Oh, there's Wally. Wally, were you coming in, Wally, or are you cooking your dinner, cooking a donut, washing up?
Feeding the cat.
Feeding the cat.
Feeding the cat.
Eating the cat.
Make an excuse.
What's the other one?
Serving the cat. I mean,
making a video of Subarat.
Yeah, or watching a movie.
Watching questions and answers.
Wally, I would do it if I had more optic power.
I think it's like a couple of days after launch. They've got to fart about for a
You'll
couple
be
of days.
getting some more optic power soon, Peter.
Yes, you will, Peter.
I know, Alan, but you've got to work out what that other price that I've got to
Where's Wally? It's hard
sort
enough
out for you.
getting the when the space shuttle was catching up with the ISS, letting out the dragon. Dragon's a bit smaller.
Jenny.
It'd be a nice picture though. It'd be a nice picture.
Oh yeah.
How much did it cost to send Alan, if you don't mind me asking?
I haven't sent it yet.
Oh, right.
Because I was going to get because Rosie offered to take it to the post office for me once it was packed.
Yeah.
You're
I thought I'd let her do that.
You're so cheeky, Jen. You're so cheeky.
She is cheeky. Yeah.
That'd be interesting to see how much it is.
Yeah, I know.
Please, Alan, do me a favour and at least tell me how much the postage was.
Yeah, he'll tell you, but he won't take no money for it.
No, yes, he will.
He'll have no choice.
because otherwise I'll call up Rosie and tell her to go around and beat Grandad up until he accepts it.
Yeah.
Well, the way to get around it is give Rosie and she can give it.
I know what Rosie will say. If you don't take this money, Dad, he said, I'm going to buy some more bits for my car.
Yeah.
Or I'll go out and buy Harry something with it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dad.
Oh, you wouldn't mind that.
Yeah. we can't just leave it like that, Alan.
Well, so we'll be squared. That's all right.
We'll sort something out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to get Rosie to take it because she offered to take it to the post office when it was done. So I thought, yeah, I'll let Rosie do it rather than struggling. Because the problem is, it's not huge, but it's in a cardboard box, and it'll just be a pain in the ass trying to carry it to the bloody post office in my chair.
Yeah, for sure.
What you need is to get one of them trolleys from the supermarket and tow it behind you, Alan.
No, they fit onto the front of the chair, don't they?
Well, you can. Yeah, but they only really fit. They only really fit manual wheelchairs, not your power wheelchair.
All right.
My power wheelchair is a completely different shape.
Tow bar.
Yeah, tow bar.
The problem is I can't fit a tow bar to it because it's not actually my wheelchair.
No.
It's leased.
Well, that's it, Alan. I'm going to call up Colin, and I'm going to get Colin to come around and build you a wheelchair.
Yeah. I got a G6 R750 engine, if that's any good, Alan.
No. I've got an engine. I've got an
I
engine that'll
want
beat
jet
that.
engines. I want turbojets. I am not having a rocket. I want something with a flipping throttle.
Oh, I told you, but the Super Draco engines are throttleable. I keep telling you, you think they're solid rockets, but they're not.
All right, so I think we've gone off. I think we've gone off stream enough. Terry, did you have another video?
Sorry for the derail.
Did you have another video for us to watch? Or
I expect Terry's pissing himself laughing. Imagine Alan going down the road going, "Yow!"
No, I told Alan if he can get enough speed up to launch himself off that bridge down at Latham's.
I could have managed that. If you hold the tow rope, Alan, while I'm on my bike, I'm sure we can manage you to get your air under your wheels. I promise I'll stay in first gear.
Oh, and should I tell you how flipping car thingy my daughter and son-in-law are? My grandson has a Recaro car seat and wheel push pram.
Good man.
Of course.
No, I'm lining up videos now because it's about video time. I think 10 o'clock. So I'll start.
Well,
doing
you got the SpaceX CRS-20 mission. That was early this morning.
Yeah.
I missed it. I saw it landing. That was it.
You saw it. Yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah. No, not in here.
If
but
you didn't see it in the peanut gallery, let me know and I might be able to re-find it again because I watched it earlier on.
I can give you the link. Easy enough because I've got it open right now. So.
What's the BHP of that chair, Alan? Not enough, Chris. Not enough. It's electric.
Oh, pardon me. So, Wally,
do you want it, Terry?
Hey?
Yeah, not a lot. It's electric.
If you want it, Terry, the link's in the internal chat.
Yeah, I got it.
I
will watch that while I get other stuff ready.
What, making the coffee in about
No, I've already made a
coffee. I am not putting AC mains into my bloody archers
Hold on.
to launch me into the air.
Terry, go to 19 minutes. It's about 30 seconds before countdown. Then you haven't got to worry about audio because there's no music or nothing like that. So go to 19 minutes just before. Not
Cut all
after,
the boring crap out.
Yeah. There you go. You turn the audio on.
Well, I've had audio before and I've never been struck. So.
Well, I've been hit with the SpaceX.
T minus 40, 39.
How am I going to get videos ready while you're watching this?
Don't watch it.
Yeah, don't watch it.
Yeah, I've already watched.
Job, Terry?
I've already watched it.
Anyway.
I've already watched it once.
I just missed the takeoff.
And the booster re-lands back on land this time instead of the
15
barge.
seconds.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
10,
And you saw all the way down.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
Thunderbird, go.
A photography forum that I'm a member of, one of the guys who contributes is, I'm not sure if he works, let's just say he gets to place cameras near the launches.
Oh, lucky.
Nice.
Some of the pictures are brilliant, but I have also seen some photographs of what happened.
Power and telemetry nominal.
At T plus 45 seconds, Falcon 9 has cleared the towers, and the final Dragon 1 flight is underway.
Yeah, the camera ended up about 40 feet away from where it started.
Everything looking nominal for
Falcon 9 is
stage 1.
supersonic.
And all
I heard
melted.
the call out that the
No,
vehicle was
actually,
supersonic.
it just got blown over.
Yeah.
That's right.
Vehicle is experiencing maximum dynamic pressure.
Now, if we had
There we
red
heard the call out for Max Q.
And if it said casual, how would you like that between your legs?
Coming up next, there are 5 events that will be happening in rapid succession. Main engine cutoff, or as you'll see in the event tracker on the bottom of your screen, MECO. Then stage separation, second engine start, or SES-1, followed by a boost back burn of the first stage and Dragon nose cone deploy. Main engine cutoff for MECO is where all 9 M1D engines on first stage will shut down. This is immediately followed by stage separation, where the first and second stages will separate. A few seconds later, MVAC, or the M Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage, will ignite and begin to boost Dragon to low Earth orbit.
Invac shield started.
So again, MECO, stage sep, SES-1,
So this is a spur of the
all
moment
happening
video.
in
I
quick
wasn't planning
succession.
to make another
Let's
one
tune in.
tonight, but the opportunity
Oh, I hear
arose,
Wally.
and I know
I hear
the
Wally.
fans of Anthony Riley.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're hearing voice.
Stage separation confirmed.
And there on the right-hand side of your screen, and by the cheers in the crowd behind me, we have visual confirmation of second engine start as that warm glow begins to build around the MVAC nozzle. On the left-hand side of your screen, we have an amazing visual of the first stage as it is performing its boost back burn. Now, this is the first of 3 maneuvers that the first stage will be performing. As Jesse mentioned earlier, we will be landing back at landing zone 1 on the coast of Florida at Cape Canaveral. So the first stage has to completely reorient itself and head back west. It was flying east, now it's going to flip around, head back west towards the Cape during this boost back burn, which should be ending in 5 seconds. MVAC is looking good.
Cheering.
Everything nominal with our temperature and power
Stage 1
readings
boost
there.
back shut down.
And we can see on the left-hand side of our screen that the boost back burn has completed. Second stage looking good as Dragon is on its way to the International Space Station.
Where's the ferret?
That's why they're cheering, because he left the rocket. he's causing too much ground.
He
Vehicle's
fell
on a
off this
nominal
time.
trajectory.
Yeah, I think I've seen it fall off.
Yeah.
Acquisition of signal at Bermuda.
Smoke. Needs the puff of smoke as they take
In
off.
order to make its way back to landing zone 1, the first stage executes a series of 3 burns. The first of which you just saw is the boost back burn, and as Kate mentioned, this is meant to slow the rocket down and orient it for re-entry. It also helps Falcon 9 laterally return to the landing zone. Then shortly after this first burn is initiated, the grid fins, which are located near the top of the first stage, are deployed to help guide the rocket during descent. We're not showing a live view of the first stage right now because it's pretty dark, so you can't see it. But what you're seeing on your screen is the second stage continuing on its way to its targeted orbit. So then following the boost back burn, Falcon 9 executes its re-entry burn to slow itself down before hitting the dense part of the atmosphere. And then the last of the 3 burns is the landing burn, which begins just before touchdown, and that's to slow the vehicle down rapidly right before landing. So far, second stage is still looking good. It's T plus 5 minutes, and the second stage is taking Dragon to its targeted orbit. We've had an on-time liftoff just a few minutes ago, and we're just about a minute away from that second burn on the first stage, that entry burn. Again, if we do land our first stage tonight, it will be our 50th landing.
It's landing of a first stage or 50th landing of that.
Second stage
Vehicle continues to follow
look
nominal
nominal.
trajectory.
50th landing.
50th landing of a first stage. Of a first stage, not that particular one, though.
Okay, because I got confused with...
If you're just now joining us, it's T plus 6 minutes, and we're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn, which will then be followed by the landing burn and landing of the first stage on our landing zone 1 in Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, the most that SpaceX have done, they've got their first stage they've reused, I think, about 6 or 7 times, I think, something like that.
So you can see on your left-hand screen, this is a view from the first stage. You can see Earth with all the lights lighting up the ground. Once that entry burn begins, we should be able to see that light up that screen on the left side.
Stage 1, entry burn, startup.
And there it is. Entry burn has started. This burn will last about 20 seconds long. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there's those grid fins that you can see on your left-hand screen near the top of the first stage. That's guiding the vehicle
entry burn, shutdown.
to the landing zone. And there's that shutdown of that entry burn. So we're just about 40 seconds away or so from the landing burn start. The landing burn will last about 30 seconds before the vehicle touches down. Second stage is still looking nominal.
For those who want to know.
And it is a bit dark since it is nighttime over there in Cape Canaveral,
Stage
but
1, entry
you
transonic.
should be able to get a live view of this landing.
We actually run the fuel pipes in and out.
Stage 1, landing burn, startup.
And there's that landing burn starting.
Yeah, they actually run the fuel pipes up and down the nozzle to keep that nozzle cool.
That's what nozzle's made of.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
That's from Von Braun days.
Yeah, that's a clever idea.
Stage 1, landing leg deployed.
Otherwise, the nozzle would just melt.
There it goes.
And the Falcon has landed for the 50th time in SpaceX history. What an amazing live view all the way to touchdown. What an awesome view of our first stage for the 50th time.
Yeah, it's not good audio for us, but it's good for the
Congratulations to the entire SpaceX team for another successful landing. This marks our 50th successful first stage recovery. which is an important part of our commitment to vehicle reusability.
A lot of excitement as we hit yet another milestone here. There's a big crowd in Mission Control behind me, as you probably could tell. So at this point, second stage is performing nominally. We had an on-time liftoff from Cape Canaveral, and among all the excitement, we did get the call out for a second engine cutoff. So at this point, we're waiting to hear confirmation of good orbit. And we do have that confirmation. So good orbit has been confirmed, and at this point, second stage has one last major task to perform, and that's to command separation of Dragon, which should be happening in less than a minute from now.
And we say bye-bye,
Actually,
Dragon.
hopefully just in a couple of seconds, now that I'm looking at the timeline.
Yeah.
We should have video here. There we can see a view into
Connie,
the Dragon
wait
trunk.
to
That is
check.
the unpressurized section. Successfully deploying away from second stage.
Bye-bye, Dragon. No.
That unpressurized cargo is stuff that is able to be exposed to the vacuum of space. Everything that cannot endure such an environment, we pack into the pressurized section.
Yeah, there's not much more to
So
see
coming
after
up in
that,
about
Terry.
2 minutes, we should have solar array deployment.
Oh, you can see the solar array.
Edge
I might
research
see
and
that.
technology development that will enable human and robotic exploration of destinations beyond low Earth orbit, including the Moon and even Mars.
Is that the part of the rocket that they just expelled? This bit?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Well, what will happen to that as it falls back to Earth?
It will just burn up.
Wow.
Most of it, anyway, into the sea. So.
Hope it
Not all
lands
of
in
it,
my
but most of it will. Next time, I want to make sure it aims for Peter's house.
Oh no,
Rightly's just
it's
been
all
more appropriate.
it's all part of a bigger plan, Casual. If it hits my house, then I'm gonna sue NASA.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
And then
You're
I'll
not
get
gonna
it.
be a NASA
and-
shill, are you?
It's not NASA though.
Well, I don't care who I sue. And then I'm gonna get a free ride up there.
Yeah.
I reckon that's
You
fair.
Give me a free ride to Mars, or I'm going to sue you. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, fine. One way.
Yeah, going to Mars 2020. That's one way. It's only going one way. It's not coming back.
You can drive the new rover, Peter.
Oh.
There you go. There's a solar panels deploying there.
So are these the last of their little micro satellites?
No.
This
is
one's
not
going to the ISS.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
just
a-
going to ISS, is it?
The
This is
supply run.
Yeah, it's a supply run. That's right, exactly.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, chicken chips and Mars bars and Oreos.
Pizzas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the females
pizzas,
who are
yeah.
chatting, Kazman, are they NASA or SpaceX employees?
Who? What? So say again. What was that?
Are they employees? Are they sort of like technical nerds, or are they just commentators?
Yeah, no, they
Oh, no,
actually work there.
They're SpaceX employees. They're probably technical nerds, but they're employed by SpaceX.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. They might well be engineers or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just assumed they were.
I think they are. Yeah, I'm sure they
by
said
how
before.
confident they talk, about
Yeah.
the stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
when
they know what
start
they're talking about.
Yeah, when they start talking about the technical stuff, they've definitely got the language. So
I wouldn't
yeah, I would
mind
say
one
they're
as a
techies.
girlfriend, so I could pick the.
You just pick the pretty ones, put it on camera.
Yeah, what's that one? What's they doing that
She's
for?
she's quite. They probably picked her because she's got nice looks, sort of thing. She's an engineer, so yeah.
I should imagine that as a voice more than anything.
Yeah, the voice as well.
I don't expect NASA
And her
or
brains.
SpaceX worry about what they look like.
Boy, they sure don't make engineers like they used to.
I do.
Good day, Blue.
No, that's right,
Blue.
Blue. They sure don't, Blue. They sure don't.
Good morning.
Good morning. No, I would have thought that more because they're good at commentating.
Well, all the commentators they've had so far have been the females have been, shall we say,
Pretty.
of an attractive nature.
Well, they're pretty attractive.
Yeah.
Most female engineers are pretty attractive.
I certainly would
Stu
not
says
call.
Professor Phil. Sorry,
Sorry?
Blue. Carry on.
I certainly would not call that young lady a commentator. She looks like an extraordinary tater to me.
Extraordinary.
Irish Jew says Phil Bell must have a great time at work with all the lovely ladies, I'm guessing. But that's not where he works.
Hmm?
Nah, stuff that, Andrea. I don't want to live forever.
I do.
Hello, Punchy.
I don't.
I'm going to.
You're going to live forever, right?
Yeah.
You missed the first part.
I got news for you.
You missed the first part of the main part of the stream, Blue, with math.
What did we do?
We're learning about math.
Math?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, was it invented or discovered or?
Yeah, we got to 5 5s are 25, 5 6. Got to that bit,
and we learnt about this guy that stuck sticks in the ground and measured shadows.
Oh, that crazy bastard! Yeah.
Yep, it was actually a very good video.
Yeah.
And Flair should watch it.
Which one did you watch?
Oh, where did I put it?
Ah, okay, Stu. Sorry.
I've put it away. Where is it?
I'm looking back.
When's the Dragon capsule meant to catch up with the ISS?
Usually takes a couple of days.
Yeah, maybe a day or two. I'm not sure at the top of my head.
I'm looking at it now, and it's kind of out of sync. That's all.
They have to hang about for so many hours, and then move a bit and hang about.
I shall let you know presently, Peter.
Can you see that, Blue? That's from LilliBean Productions.
LilliBean.
Yeah.
LilliBean.
Okay. Very good.
It'll be in the description when I'm finished, but it wasn't too bad though. And it was a Creative Commons, so I didn't get struck, so, which was good.
I never watched that one. I'd like to see. I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Well, it is actually tomorrow. Yeah, Dragon Capture tomorrow, March 8th.
Down.
Oh, March 9th, beg your pardon, sorry.
So
Just updated.
so funny enough, because the ISS just went past, like I took the picture of, and I'm meant to get the Dragon capsule go past in about 30 minutes. But there's no way I'm going to see that.
No.
The sun's dropped down too far now. I'm not going to get any reflection on it.
It will be you're about 11 hours ahead, aren't you, or something of me, aren't you, Peter?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Just check out that video I put in the side chat there.
But
shows you the size compared to it. It's tiny.
10. Yeah, it is quite small. About 10 p.m. your time then on Monday.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Challenge questions, Professor Dave, Blue Marble, Bob the Science Guy. Another video.
I got another picture of the ISS, Blue.
Oh, good.
So it's still there. It's all right. I'm on top of it.
Excellent.
Bob's got a photo of the ISS this morning.
Very good.
An identifiable, more like mine than a streak across the sky.
So I would like one of these flat earthers that believe in satellites, and I'm not going to say any particular one in at all, but I would like them to do a representative orbit of the ISS on their flat map.
Yeah.
And then explain it.
I haven't got many videos to put out because there's not many people put out anything out in the last 48 hours. Oh. Interesting.
I did too.
Yeah, it was a weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they all come out today and tomorrow.
Oh, Punchy.
In the next 24 hours.
Naked.
Yeah, but Punchy can't get one now till they retract their statement.
Punchy, you said it again. It's not that W word. It's the S word.
No.
Lots of people lost their wrenches, Punchy, and then lots of people got them back again.
Spanner.
No one lost their
Spanner,
wrenches.
Sorry, Spanner.
There was a
Where's that time casual out thing for here?
that's all right.
Good luck with
Punchy
that.
just said it's all right if I'm naked. Spring's coming. It's only 2 degrees in the morning.
2 degrees this morning.
It was 0 degrees.
Wow, you Punchy, you having a heat
1 o'clock.
2 degrees. Are you having a heat wave, Punchy? You must be 2 degrees.
Yeah, I had to defrost the car yesterday.
It's usually -20 where he is.
I thought my camera might actually, freeze up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got heartburn.
Especially as it ran out of battery. Then I realised that because I changed the exposure time, it still ran over 5 hours.
Rocket.
It took less photos.
Rocket scientist, we're going to have a word to Stingray and see if he can add it into his projection.
Well, there's somebody I haven't spoken to for a while. Colon.
Well, he's out there.
Hello.
He's been in the side chat all the time.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking to myself, I haven't spoken to him for quite a while.
Oh, they've been on Discord, on my Discord.
He's been hiding from you. That's why.
Yeah, hiding from you. Yeah.
Yep.
No, I haven't been on the Barman's Poker thing for a while, and also.
No, you haven't. I don't think you've been on it since I've started playing.
No, I was on Would It with you once, I think.
All right.
Oh, he's blue again. There you go.
That's better.
I'm blue. Da dee dee da dee da dee da.
Does anyone know of any creators that have put anything out? Because I'm not getting many in my Shield channel.
I did.
I did.
Yeah.
As I was
Alan
saying,
put one
does
up this
anyone know of
morning.
any creators that have put anything out lately?
Terry.
What?
It's only 49 seconds.
Do you want to giggle one? Do you want to giggle?
I'll play anyone's on the panel after we do these ones. I'll just get them ready though.
Could I share?
That's okay. Keep mine for the in between shows. That's fine.
That one.
I did one not so long ago.
Like I said, does anyone
Didn't we show
know
it?
of any creators that have put anything out lately?
Terry.
Showed yours yesterday, Cash.
Is it okay if
I know. I know. I'm only joking.
Terry.
Wolfie kind of hammered the dumb F of the year.
Is it okay if I share?
Nah, fair dinkum drongo.
Hello.
Hello?
Is it
Hello?
okay if I
Hello?
share?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Mine. Is it okay if I share quickly?
There's a
Oh,
contagious,
no,
as long as it's not contagious.
No.
Always use protection.
Oh, by the way, does anyone know where I can buy some toilet paper?
We've got plenty
Terry.
here.
From the shop.
Latham's. Plenty in there.
Yeah. Go to
Terry.
the shop, Terry. That's
Bargain
what you
buys
normally
across
buy.
the road. Hundreds in
Goodness. Terry,
Peter?
Can I share?
I've got one that you may want. I've got one you may want to play if that's your question. It may answer a lot of questions for you.
Ooh, I like answering questions, even though I don't know what the question
there.
was.
Well, you wanted to know where to get toilet paper
Oh,
from.
okay, yeah.
So try that one on the internal chat.
It's my cheating. You're not.
Yeah.
He's too polite to ask, so I'm going to.
Okay. I'll play that. Oh, pause it for now.
Can I share?
Yes, I said before. Jeez.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Didn't
I never heard him either.
Did I
You didn't actually give him an answer. No,
I
you
didn't give him an answer.
No, it just says as long as it's not contagious, but it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
yes
what
or
I
no.
said, yeah.
Do you recognise that, Pip?
That's thingy. Oh God. Train
Arborium.
station.
No.
No?
It's an arborium
What's the?
in Glasgow
Oh.
Park.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
in
it's
Glas-
Kelvin. Oh, right.
It's
okay,
in Glasgow. Pip's in Scotland, and
Yeah.
So I know
she's not far.
that's Kelvin Hall. Yes, I know where you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
2005 we took that. I took
Very
that
nice. Very nice.
at night.
That's
Unfortunately,
Kelvin Grove.
yeah, it was on a Nikon, unfortunately, but that was the boss's camera I used to use to take the pictures.
Why is the moon
That's
a
cool.
funny shape?
I've never actually been there.
Is the moon only a partial moon? That's why we've got a weird shape.
Yeah, I posted it in your Discord, Alan.
Okay.
Picture, so you could have a look. Thought you might like that.
When did you say that was?
2005.
Okay.
That used to be good fun. I got some nice pictures actually up there. There's a bloke in a suit. I had a good time there actually. Crowd were brilliant. Absolutely.
Of course you did. It's Glasgow.
Yeah.
Wonderful place.
But this young lady. Well, I can't see my screen now.
How many?
Oh, I managed to get some. I managed to get some hand sanitizer this morning. In the UK, you can't get it for love for money, but I got some this morning.
You can't.
It doesn't work. It's a bloody virus.
Yeah.
Bloody gloves. Yeah, the gloves that carers wear, surgical type gloves. Can't get them for love nor money either. The
I'm all right for that. I've got nearly 1,000 of them anyway.
Casual, just pour some
care companies run out and they're telling the carers to buy their own.
Just pour some
Are they
methylated
really?
spirits or vodka on your hands.
Mm.
And if you miss your hands with the vodka, make sure it falls in your mouth.
Put a cup in your put a cup in your lap.
But don't do that with the methylated spirits because it tastes horrible.
No, for our own use, we got 4 250ml bottles, so we've got a litre of it. And then whatever, when I'm out with St John's, they've already got it anyway. They've got tons of it.
Soap and water does exactly the same thing for a virus.
Yeah,
just saying.
Pretty much. It's just when you're out and about. Yeah, no, it's just when you're out and about. That's all.
Yeah, just washing your hands make a vast.
Yeah, and I've got like a little miniature pump bottle of it as well. Like
Play, please, because this is really
I'm
funny.
waiting to play.
Are these two actually fighting?
Day, we are in my home country for this one. There is scratching, there is hair pulling, there is a fuckload of apocalyptic panic buying. There it is on the ground. The cure for coronavirus. A soft 3-ply 24-pack of A-grade shit rag. The supermarket staff are stepping in. They never knew their jobs would involve diffusing conflicts between humans over a material we wipe our asses with. But life is strange, you have to roll with it. Not only is this the best organic promotion Woolworths will ever get, it's also the best hard evidence aliens will have as to why we failed as a species.
Yeah,
exactly.
One pack. No, not one pack.
Selfishness, greed, bad communication, and an inability to work together. Aliens will learn a shitload from us. The casual shirt manager is in the house, and the whole trolley of bog roll is confiscated. Now none of us are going to survive the post-apocalyptic COVID-19 world. Once supermarket managers are calling police over toilet paper, that is the beginning of the end for everyone. I'm pretty sure Orwell predicted that in 1984. Honestly, I don't get why some people think the only obstacle or difficulty we face from a virus outbreak is keeping a clean poo-poo hole. There's so much more to consider. Share the fucking toilet paper.
I just want one pack. No, not one pack.
There's no one pack. How many dumps do they do?
Oh my god. That takes the cake, Peter. That takes the cake.
Well, did you like that?
Yes.
You said you wanted the answers. There's the answers. Because people are idiots.
There they are.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, it's a virus. You're going to cough. Unless they've decided to start using toilet paper instead of tissue,
masks.
You know, well, like tissue.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Wearing the bloody stuff?
I know when your nose gets
no
really
idea.
runny. When your nose gets really runny, it's easier just to use a bog roll. You know, not a problem. But
well, when I went shopping the other day, I think it was it was Thursday. I went to be shopping. I went to the big Walmart Asda in Bletchley because I just happened to know my way around the place and they never move anything. I noticed I had pretty good look around all the aisles and they were low on 3 things. toilet paper, but they hadn't run out. Tissues, and they'd nearly run out. Pot noodle.
What was the last
That's
one?
it.
Hello,
So
Tony.
And
Hello,
they hadn't
Tony.
run out of. They hadn't run out of any of them. They were just quite low, lower than usual. But
Yeah.
that was it. Everything else. Oh, and the bread was a little bit lower than usual. That's about it.
Red in tooth and claw.
Yeah.
So
I don't think they're panicking as much as here, us in the UK as much as the United States or
No.
Australia by the sounds of it.
So what set all of Australia off?
Because we're British.
We started sending a lot of ours to the Asian countries because they're on total shutdown. They can't actually produce it at the moment, and a few people got it in their mind that we were going to run out because we were sending it all to Asia. and the stupid thing is because they've all gone out and bought multiple packs of the bulk buy toilet paper. Well, now we are actually running out because everyone's stocking up on it. So
you know the cure, don't you? Just buy B-days.
But the thing, you know what's gonna happen then, Peter, is when this coronavirus is all blown over, which it probably will do in a few months' time, is that so many people have got so many stacks of toilet paper, nobody's going to be buying it.
it's going to be half price because they won't be able to get rid of the stuff.
It's going to get rid of the bloody stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that'll be good for people like us that didn't go out and buy it stupidly like they did.
Panic buy toilet roll.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the size of that woman in that video there. Good Lord, she'd have been better off buying a garden hose.
Yeah, but she only wanted one packet.
So
it does kind of reflect what I've been hearing from, because I remember watching a video about this prepper, these people that stock up for the doomsday.
Yeah.
And he actually did say, this was months ago when I watched that, he says, do you know what? One of the first things that's going to run out, I can guarantee you, is toilet roll. And he's right. People are panicking. They think it's the end of the world with this coronavirus. And it's just...
So the funny thing is my younger daughter turned around to me today, because we've been 3 times to the shops, and the last 3 times there's been no toilet paper there, and we're down to we've got 4 rolls, so there's a few days worth of toilet paper there, plus we've got wipes. I'm not too concerned yet, but the little one goes,
that lasts me 3 months.
Yeah, but I've got 2 daughters.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
they can go through it like nobody's business.
So anyway, the youngest one goes, what happens if we run out of toilet paper and we can't get any, Dad? And I go, it's all right. The toilet's right next to the shower. You work it out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's disgusting, Dad. Well, Muslims ain't got to worry about it, have they?
Oh, there's newspaper.
Yeah, well, no,
there's always newspaper.
That leaves black marks everywhere.
Japan's laughing their head off because they all have B-days.
Yeah.
And India's just sitting back twiddling their thumbs saying, what's the worry?
That's all right. I saw a nice picture of someone running a garden hose in through the window of the toilet. Just the old squirty, the squirty lever on it, so the old trigger.
Yeah.
Just give it a bit of
it'd be a bit cold though, wouldn't it? Maybe honestly. Want water, wouldn't you?
Be a bit fresh.
Yeah.
What aren't bidets warm water anyway?
Bidets are, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the really, really aggressive, stupid, idiot, rude earther? Got aggressive then, Toadie. Go on, spill the beans.
We don't go to ranty, so you need to tell us.
Yes. Listen to that idiot.
I'm not giving Ranty a view. You can piss off.
No, I won't give Rant. I won't give any of them a view, but Ranty would be the least.
If I could work out a way of watching Ranty without giving him a view, I might contemplate the idea of poking my eyes out with a sharp stick.
Well, you download his videos and then watch them, but I can't even be asked to do it with him.
No.
Yeah, just use Big Blue's account. He won't mind.
I couldn't last the show. I tried to, and then they got to the point where they said that coronavirus is an airborne released bio weapon that's activated by 5G.
God almighty.
Spotted by 5G. What
So-
the
so-
hell?
so
and
does
that's
that mean
why,
if-
and that's why the Diamond
Oh,
Princess that had 5G on it, and other places that had 5G on it were the first places to get it. You know.
Oh,
that's
that's the
as
best one.
much-
That's the best one I've heard for a long time.
That's the best one so far, right? But I mean, that's as much as I could handle. I was like, and that's as far as I'm gonna go with this.
So you could literally dial someone to die, couldn't you?
You could be like, hey,
8855, you're dead.
Yep. all you gotta do is send them an email. They connect to their 5G to check it, and they're dead. There you go.
There you go.
Coronavirus. But it doesn't activate unless they're around 5G. I mean, the logic is just incredible.
What do you want? Link for the
coronavirus.
show, or what do you want, Toadie?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we
it's
don't
not
want,
active
we don't
until
want to watch him.
it's
We
not
just want to know who the idiot is, too.
Yeah.
No, I'm not watching Randy.
It's not active
Well, I
until
can't
you
say what he is on here. There's-
connect to the internet.
Yeah, Terry gets upset when you use those words.
Well, actually,
I
I've
know,
got a
that's
PayPal
why I
link
can't
now in the
describe it.
description, so if you let any words slip, they go towards the swear jar.
Yes, Toady, stop keeping us in suspense. Who are you referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, or
I
just
know.
come in the show.
I haven't got Toadie on speed dial.
Yeah, I'll speed dial him a link.
That was sniffing.
No, it's me. It's all right. I got coronavirus.
So they invented the coronavirus when they were designing 5G years ago.
Yeah.
Have you got Toadie on your Discord, Alan?
I haven't. I
They're
know I
bloody
haven't.
idiots. That's what it comes down to. They're idiots.
Oh, Anthony.
Well, he's an idiot.
Yeah,
Randy's an
I
idiot.
guess.
They're all
I'd
idiots.
like to know the medium or how exactly 5G, how they could explain how 5G activates a virus. I really would.
It's radio activated.
Radio activated.
I don't even have 5G here.
Man, don't you know anything? They've got microchips in them.
Yeah, they tune into the virus. They tune into the virus, activate it, turn it on. It's all about the vibration.
Yeah, they operate at 2.4 gigs and 5 gigs.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other frequency in it would
Yeah, but
work.
how is Gleam told us how big their hard drive is yet? The
Yeah,
virus.
It's
500
activated
gigs.
across the Ethernet. Alright?
Hey, Terry,
Mm.
can you push play, please?
God.
Yes, please.
I'm
Okay,
pressing
see you
play.
later.
Oh.
Is it see you later or see later?
I thought I
Oh,
did
Toadie's
play.
going.
Rude Earther is his name.
Bye, Toadie. See you later.
Later.
Okay,
Bye,
later then.
Toadie.
Lady Toadie.
Okay, see you
Bye,
later.
Toadie.
Rude Earth.
What
is
does
his name.
TTFN mean? Thank you for nothing?
Ta-ta for
Ta-ta for
now.
now.
Ta-ta for now.
Thank them for nothing.
Don't you know anything?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bloody
No.
colonials.
Because the
Ever heard of
wonderful
TTFN?
because the wonderful thing about Tiggers,
It is a wonderful
Those are
thing.
made out of springs.
they're bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun.
Fun.
At first I thought
But
it
the
was.
most wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm
The
The only one.
Yes.
Oh, so basically he's
I'm
bragging that he's the only one. Yeah.
Bounty.
I've only got 3 videos at the moment.
Oh, I'll
You do that,
start
that's
looking
a great
again,
voice,
Terry.
man, but
Yeah,
you
that's
should,
what I've
you
been
should get a
doing.
voiceover of that.
I'll start
That's
looking.
Bouncy,
It's all right.
bouncy.
You what, Kazman?
You should have been. You did a great voice of that. Bouncy.
I used to do it to my children because Tigger used to crack me up. He did, and I used to do it to my kids, and
I've
used to
actually
do it
got a
all the
bouncy.
time.
I've actually got a
bounce
bouncy
them on your
Tigger.
knee.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a
bouncy, 'cause I'm
But did you buy
bouncy,
yours for yourself?
You did the voice really well, actually.
Yeah, I reckon.
Die double girl.
Yep. Tigger. Tigger.
Yeah, I bought
Girl.
myself a
The
bouncy
only one.
Tigger.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
Bouncy.
I have a Tigger tattoo as well.
Yeah, my daughter had a bouncy Tigger as well on the floor. It used to annoy the crap out of me because the amount of times I used to hear it over and over and over and over again.
Hey, Casual, do you
thing
know,
up.
I'll give you a little hint how to fix them. What you do is you leave all the lights off and you try to sneak through the house in the middle of the night to get up to go to the toilet. And what you do is you inappropriately step on his head, break him in half, kick him across the other side, and then you're just standing there with Tigger doing the and the child comes walking out of her room because she's heard a Tigger going off and catches you red-handed accidentally tripping over a Tigger, and you just stand there going, I'm sorry, you shouldn't have left it in the hallway, but you've broken it, Dad. You've broken Tigger.
It's still Tigger. He just doesn't talk anymore.
My daughter's a bit more growing up now. Anyway, she's 13 now. If I gave her that, she'd still be pleased. I think.
No, you just play with it.
I'm 57 and I've got one.
Yeah.
You still play with it, don't you?
Has she forgiven you yet, Peter?
And a talking ER.
I had to go buy another one.
Yes. Fresh batteries.
Yeah, no batteries. No batteries.
See that kind of that kind of defeats the object. That means you have to pay out more money. It's like that, man.
Yeah. You should have got the needle.
I felt guilty.
You were guilty.
No,
you were.
I had
to say you were guilty.
I had to go to the toilet, and she should have put her toys away. Let's be honest.
That's no excuse for.
So you accidentally broke it. You didn't actually.
No, I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh,
no.
so you just it was just like a falling down.
Yeah, I like I said, I didn't turn the lights on because I didn't want to wake anyone up, and I snuck out as quietly as I could. In the middle of the night, tripped over the top of Tigger, woke up everyone in the house and killed Tigger, and then got caught red-handed doing it.
Should have turned the light on.
You little faggot.
Do you know the most? You know what the most deadly weapon in the world is, don't you?
Lego.
Yeah, Lego leaving on the floor on bare feet. Oh God, that hurts.
Lego.
Lego.
Evil.
Yeah, it can withstand like an incredible amount of weight, can it? Just one.
I know it can exactly. That breaks your foot or your toe or whatever, but it still survives.
Yeah, they should use them in warfare to stop the soldiers advancing.
yeah.
Throw the Lego.
Lego in the neck.
Oh, dear.
If they didn't stand on it,
it's time to deploy the secret weapon. We want
the Lego.
all around this area here. We want Technic Lego. Over there, we can put the Duplo.
The thing is, you see,
City Block.
that's got two advances. One, they'd either stand on it and wouldn't be able to advance, or two, they'd notice them and start making things.
They sit down, put their weapons down. Give me that piece.
I need a 4-block with 2 holes. Who's got it? Who's got it? I need it now.
Sergeant, he's not giving me the blue one.
He's taking all the red ones.
I need the blue one. I'm not playing no more.
I need the double.
Did you watch Wolfies last night, Terry?
Gets shot in the head. He just takes his leg off. Now I can take the red one.
I've got it here though.
Okay.
Yes. 3-pin plugs are evil as well.
Nagging's about to commence in 3, 2, 1.
Wait, have you got the sound off? Get the sound off. Good on you.
Goodbye.
I don't know what this is, Colin. This is to do
Nag,
with
nag,
that,
nag.
Yeah, Rude Earther.
Press play, please.
Yeah, I'm pressing play. What do you think I'm doing?
I was trying to remember the thing I made up the other day.
Man has gone before.
A question for Spacemans. Oh, I've seen this.
Clearly
bullshit
German
before.
technology.
Screws?
What?
Balsa wood?
No.
No.
Tin foil?
No,
Well,
it's
sort
not
of.
tin foil.
Yeah.
It's not really tin
I
foil.
wish
Made
my
of
tin
gold.
foil was
Not
made
too
out of
long
that stuff.
after they built this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting it in the oven if that was tin foil.
So,
So,
and if
if
this
this
Gosh, is this their reading speed?
can
go
go to
this,
this
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah,
here,
Mhm.
yeah, and that's
And-
what it's designed for.
Then why can't they
Wrong.
even if they?
it's like modification just to continue on. Oh,
What?
Exactly.
Here?
Ah.
Because
Yeah,
it's
it's that
bloody
easy, isn't
further
it? What a bunch
away.
of
Oh, it's just a little bit further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even here would be a star. Oh,
It wasn't designed to go to the moon.
Oh,
didn't they?
Hadn't they heard about this thing that starts with an F?
Oh, schnit. Oh, what were
Oh God! It's all to
Flaming
do
heck was that?
with it's all to do with risk management. All right.
Who's
Okay.
that
First of all, the technology that we have then is
that
completely
was
different. It's outdated. And
Yeah, but
secondly,
still that
the
that F word still comes into it.
Flaming?
What
F word?
What money?
The 4-letter F word.
Oh right, I'm not saying it.
I'm not going to say that word.
No,
What?
the one in between 3 and 5.
Fact.
Oh, fuel, you wombats!
Fuel, yeah.
Fuel? What do you need fuel for? They use helium.
Well,
Fire.
hang on, Terry.
It all runs on compressed air, surely.
But once they're in space, there's no atmosphere, so they should be able to float all the way to the moon. They don't need fuel to come back again. That's all right. They just have to get to the moon. And after that, it's not a problem.
Fall back.
Hello, milkman.
But rockets don't work in space. There's nothing for them to push against, etc.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one.
Space is fake. It's all CGI.
They can just use a couple of fire extinguishers. They'll be right.
That's my
Yeah.
favorite one.
Yeah, you'll be right.
Okay,
Yeah,
just gonna...
using a fire extinguisher. Yeah.
To be honest with you, that what they're actually going to use to land on the moon is a slightly different technique, but the lander's probably not going to be that much different than the Apollo. To be honest, not a great deal. Yeah, exactly. It really isn't going to be that much different.
Have you
Look
seen
at
that?
rocket scientist has put in the side chat.
You beat me, Pip.
Sorry.
107,000.
But we found it already.
For who?
But yeah, who's
Someone to find the South Pole.
who is
What?
it?
I've got an idea, Terry.
$107,000 target, no donations yet.
Terry, I've got an idea.
Why?
You and me, we get a boat, and we're going to claim that. They can pay it all to us, and we'll give them the pictures.
Right. So
That'll only take a couple of days to get there.
So let's do a comparison. The moon is 248,000 kilometers away, right? Mars.
No.
Sorry, miles.
Miles.
Yeah.
239 miles away. 2,000 miles away. Mars, 260,869,970 kilometers, which is 1.743 astronomical units. So,
guys, did you actually
a little bit further away? Did
you read what this GoFundMe actually is?
Yeah, to go to find the South Pole.
No, it was set up by
you gone too
Kosho.
far, Terry. You can't read it.
Kosho.
It was set up by Kosho.
Yeah.
What
good
the
then.
hell?
And he says we're going to embark on the global expedition of cosmic proportions. Today in 2019, many curious men and women don't believe in the spinning ball Earth and have accepted a flat Earth with the North Pole at its centre and Antarctica that wraps around the entire outer southern parts of the Earth. The ice contains the water in, and the treaties don't allow for anyone to travel there and find out.
Yesterday.
Spurs Chemo is one of those men. So basically, what he's trying to do is say, look, we want to raise the money so that I can take Spurs to the South Pole.
Well, you don't need
100% of the funds
107.
are for travel to New Zealand and to carefully join a guide group that leads a trip to the South Pole.
But
if we can raise all the money before December the 21st, well, this was established on the 14th of October last year, and they've raised nothing.
It doesn't cost that much though.
No, it doesn't yet. But the fact is that I suspect Spurs said, go on then, start a GoFundMe page. So Kosho started the GoFundMe page with a target of $107,000, and no donations have been made since the 14th of October last year.
I'm not going to pay for Spurs to go to the Antarctica before I go.
I'm sure.
I would happily pay for Spurs to go to many places, but they're all one-way tickets, and none of them are Antarctica.
I'd go with my two daughters. I'd take my two daughters down before I'd pay for him to go.
I think we should do a GoFundMe.
Extra money will go
We'll strap a
towards camera.
Flurf to the rocket.
He
We'll get
is
money.
the ultimate troll. He deserves nothing but scorn.
Yeah, the extra money will also go towards camera and accessory. You don't need 107,000.
Get a bloody job, save up, and go yourself.
That's crazy money.
I like that last sentence. I think
Yeah.
there should have been a space between the A and the part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the quest, essentially. You'll be telling your grandchildren about this. No,
Thank you
I
for being
don't
a
need
part
to.
of the question.
There's already people there. They're called scientists.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
funny.
Oh my god, they're just so full of themselves, aren't they?
I like that we're going to embark on a global expedition of cosmic proportions.
Yeah. What, they're going to space
Kosho's just
first?
taking the mickey.
Are they going to space first?
Of course, I know.
It's
Yeah,
quite
they're
funny
going to the
though.
moon. They'll go to the moon first because they're going to cosmic proportions. So they're going to the moon first and then coming back to look at Antarctica. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how's this sound? I'll donate if he only wears a pair of shorts and a singlet.
Yeah. And a thong. Thong
I'm
and a pair of shorts.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe to find the Rocky Mountains.
They're to your left.
Hey,
somebody can start. I'll start a GoFundMe to go to Barbados for 2 weeks.
Hey, Terry.
Find it.
Terry, we can start a GoFundMe to go find Ayers Rock, Uluru.
Yeah. I'm going to
Uluru.
start a GoFundMe to buy a Lamborghini so I can travel around the world.
Yeah, to prove it's globe. Yeah,
Yeah,
purely
prove it's a
scientific
globe.
reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, scientific reasons. I'll work out how the fuel is as well. Yeah, I
Oh,
think that will happen. won't it?
Yeah, I'll donate it to that, Madby.
Yeah, the first stop would be Monte Carlo because why not?
Yeah, because you need to do some experimentation there, obviously.
Yeah, to see if money actually works in a global position in the slot machine.
Yeah.
I want to get a GoFundMe to go and find proof of the voice of God. Blue, where do you live?
He's in the cloud just over your head at the moment.
Over Tennessee. Is it Tennessee?
That is all.
Because
Did I get
God
that
is
right?
everywhere.
The Earth is a globe. That is all.
Are you from Tennessee? Yeah.
That is brilliant.
That
You
is
should
the
play
best.
that at the end of the stream every time. Terry.
That is fantastic.
That's
I haven't got that sound bite.
That is all.
You should have.
I'll get it for you. Hang on.
Like nothing else is important. That is all.
This is how important Terry's stream is because he's got a direct line to God.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see.
I got him on the red.
Blue?
I got him on the red phone.
He's got him a speed dial.
Yeah, on the red phone. It's got one button.
Or I just imagine
No, it
that.
hasn't got any buttons. I just lift the receiver up and straight
God
connection.
God.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't
Straight
press that
connection.
button.
No buttons.
Yeah, he's asleep. Don't pick that receiver up.
Yeah. Oh, too late.
Yeah.
There you go, Terry.
That's the wrath of God after that.
Yeah. He'll cause another flood.
I stuck it in fair suck for you, Terry.
Okay.
Lou, are you from Tennessee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right. I just wasn't imagining it.
Ha!
Rocket scientist says he's only 45 minutes from the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, I know. You can see them from there.
Yeah.
I'm really not kidding. I'm thinking about getting an airplane. Oh, somewhere around the Kansas City area, and let's see how far west we have to fly before we can see the Rocky Mountains. Quite a ways, I think.
That's where my dad was born. Rockies. North Rockies.
May I have your attention, please? This is God. The earth is a sphere. That is all.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, you were able to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gee, God can
Andrea.
be spoken from anywhere. I don't even know how it came through.
Andrea said
it doesn't
start
need
doing
any.
fun.
It doesn't need any formatting or any other programs to change the sound or anything. It just comes from wherever.
You're not going to stop the voice of God, are you?
No.
No.
I don't need no banana or anything.
What?
Yeah. They said, start. Andrew says, start a GoFundMe to get NASA to send a rocket with flat Earth cameras onto the dome.
Okay, what else have we got here?
We could put.
Aren't we picking numbers tonight, by the look of it?
No, you hadn't asked them to, Terry.
Well, I've tried. Yeah, well, I haven't got enough. I need more than 4.
What? God, time out, Terry.
I'm looking. I'm looking for some.
I've got 4.
Time out, Terry. Go on,
Okay.
Time him out.
Well, if you're able to time me out, go for it.
Oh,
Pip's a bit slow. Oh.
I'll just close the YouTube channel. They'll time you out. I'll come back in 5 minutes.
That's just a lens. Oh yeah, you need loads of Vaseline on the lens. Yeah, just take the focusing thing off it.
Yeah, don't use Vaseline. What you do is you use stocking over it because you don't have to worry about cleaning your lens afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you look through the lens, you can go cool.
Oh, here's one for you, Terry. Here's one for you, and you can suggest all the flat earthers subscribe to this one.
Is that the one you just popped in then?
Yeah, I just dropped it in the.
Whee!
NASA astronaut?
Yeah, do that one at some stage.
That only goes for 3 minutes. That's okay. I'll put
Yeah.
it on the list. How many have I got so far?
I know you like short
1,
ones.
2, 3, 4, 5.
6,
That's
7,
5.
8, 9, 10.
Old Sesame Street.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Actually,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Actually, I can download that because I'll keep that in. Where's put things for sound? Windows 10. Videos. Music. That's the one. Music. Come on, where's music?
No, you are incorrect.
Yeah, there you go. Press the wrong button again, Jerry.
I put it. Okay, I got to put it into there. Okay, that's loaded.
Hello, 9 o'clock hero.
I just want to have that playing after everything that a Flurf says.
No, you are incorrect.
Who else have we got?
BD.
Or this one.
I disagree.
Yeah. BD.
No.
BD.
No. No.
Just a straight no.
Yeah, just a straight no.
No.
Okay.
No. You're
No?
wrong.
No.
Where are you getting that from?
I got this this free app called LT Sounds, and it's got Anonymous and the Watcher. But you could probably, put it into your computer and record it straight off the feed.
Stick a link to it in the chat.
All right, I will.
I haven't spied on any Discord channels for a while.
Ooh.
You're wrong again.
You're incorrect.
Let me.
I could make use of that in some videos.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
Just tie a knot in it.
Okay.
Well, that's
who
the
else
point.
have we
Where's
got?
Globy?
Who
Globy's
else
not
have
here.
we got? Who else drops videos? I like the one we were watching the other day, the 10 proofs for flat Earth stuff. I wonder if that. Then we watched a Nathan Oakley thing for it. So we watched the rebuttal for that.
You can call it a rebuttal.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Nah.
Who else have we had?
Say.
And obviously Travis has got, there's no entertainment.
No.
Yeah.
What have
What's this?
What have I missed?
Terry Davies, you just dropped from Discord. Oh, cancel that. What, Mippet? What are you going on about?
Project
How could I
Brinky
drop from
is getting-
Discord?
I don't know. She says, "Oh, cancel that." She says, "Don't worry about it."
Oh, okay. I must accidentally press something by accident.
Project
Sorry.
Binky's getting there, Alan.
I'm back again.
Alan. I mean Terry. Project
Alan.
Bing.
Peter.
Project Binky.
John.
Nick.
No,
Fred.
Dave.
Casual.
Steve.
Cheapy.
Dave.
It's no longer
Dave.
free.
Say me, Bob.
Oh, in Dave. Alan.
I'm back. I get lost in Twitter there. Sorry.
Well, you want the hamsters doing, Alan? I got that too. Where the hamsters do there.
Yeah, well, I know it's all good now. I just went back in there, Mippet. Right. Who else? Well, now distracted, I forgot where I was.
Oh, you were looking for stuff. I'm looking
Yeah,
for
I'm
people.
looking for stuff too.
I'm looking for people that are live.
What about Simon Dan's latest? Flat Earther makes hilarious predictions.
I think we've seen that the other night. The one where he thinks there's 1 million people going to be converted to flat Earth in the next 12 months.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's Doofus Robin. Oh.
It's that one, is it? All right. Ignore me then.
Who else have we got? Okay, we will. Who else have we had?
Looks like it costs $1 now. Blue, they've put the charge on it, unfortunately. But it's got a whole heap of different stuff. It's responses, sayings, greetings, conversations.
What's this Team Skeptic one? Alien debate after show. What was it?
Yeah, he had a modern day debate.
Modern day debate.
You could say this.
Oh, Secret Tech on the Moon debate. Team Skeptic versus Adam somebody. What?
Terry, if you like science, Terry.
Colossal mistake.
if you like science, Terry,
it might be worth $1 just for that one.
If you can get your full sentence out, Matt, it'll be
I'll
okay.
try. Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, you'll try. Try again.
Yeah. The wonderful thing about tigers.
So anyway, like I was saying,
Thunderfoot Terry is very good for science.
Thunderfoot.
Explaining.
Can you give me something?
Yeah, I'll give you a link.
Is it free?
Yeah.
Creative Commons or whatever you call it. Creative.
I'll just put his link in, and you can go through his videos later.
Well, if they're Creative Commons, I'll be all right, or allowed.
Shall I put them in homework or in the side chat?
Well, I don't know. Fit them wherever they'll fit.
I'll put his link of his YouTube channel in the side chat. There you go, and you can look through them. He's brilliant.
In the internal chat, okay.
Yeah, he was an ex-nuclear physicist.
Give me a look.
Yeah, he's a very brainy bloke, and he debunks a lot of crap on YouTube, basically.
Thunderfoot.
Okay.
Yeah, Thunderfoot. He's British, but he lives in the States, and he's just so funny sometimes.
Oh yeah,
he is quite
debunks
funny.
a lot of
actually,
stuff.
Yeah.
He took on Lord Stephen Christ for the Mega Crime Medias.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Carl, I just got that one. Now I'm doing that. I've only got one mouse, you know.
He's got one.
Listen, and you will listen well.
I'll
He's
get back
got
to that
one.
one in a minute, Carl. And I just got to go. I'm just going through this guy's channel to find a video because I don't want anything too long.
How deadly is radioactive fallout?
I'll bring the one over from Discord for you, Terry.
Yeah.
Did you get Stu's?
I'm just
Stu's
scrolling
new one?
down. Yeah, I've got Stewie.
Okay.
I'm just scrolling down through his videos. I'll share the videos that way. If you spot something while I'm doing it.
He's got one. He's got one. Mars settlement by 2024 busted, and he explains why.
Okay.
Free electric busted. For
No,
all
the
those
Mars
things
one.
you can get free electric.
Fine.
The Mars one would be good. Do you want me to link it?
Yeah, I'm looking down it to see if I can find the Mars one.
I'll link it for you.
That would have.
I'll put.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the side
while you're
check,
doing
so-
that, I'm just having a quick look.
Yes.
That's in the side link now.
Okay.
And here's the one from Colin.
No, thanks.
Freeze or boil.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Free
Yeah,
electric
freeze or boil.
busted.
I've
How
got that
big is
picture.
it? How big is it? Supermassive hole?
And
super massive.
How big is the
that
super
air
massive?
will
And here's another one from Colin as well that you can have a look at if you like, Terry.
Yeah.
Oh no, you've seen that one, I think.
Oh shoot, that's what I meant to do.
Oh yeah, you've seen that one.
Vibranium.
So
Whoa. Busted. Bugger.
Okay, I'll look into that.
don't worry about that last one I posted, Terry.
Okay, don't worry about that one.
You've already
Whoa.
done that last one.
That's a pretty good subscriber base.
Yeah, how about a hydrovac spaced powered steam engine?
Yeah, probably not. Computer
right.
says no.
Ask me again.
No.
And you just drop that.
Computer says
I can close that. Wait a minute, I just had that one. A question for Space Fan.
yeah. Don't worry about that one.
Oh.
Don't worry about that one. Do the one above it.
How can I do a one above it? There's none above it.
What are you talking about?
I'll prefer Professor Stick. Where
Yeah.
Pip put. Oh, okay. That one above that.
I put Sir by mistake.
Okay. Oh, right out here we got, for the dummies out there, you know who you are.
Yeah, that one. Do that one.
So is this a new flat earther that no one knows about?
That's the one Toady was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's the one Toady was talking about.
Okay.
I have no
I
idea
can see
who
why
he is.
Toady destroyed this Muppet. Okay.
What are we watching here?
Oh, I'm not watching anything yet.
Play.
2,
Play.
3, 4. Well, we're not picking a number.
Just play.
Play that one.
No.
I have to know. Play that one.
Well, I thought this was a democracy.
That's the chosen one.
The boys are wanting a new toy player.
I'm from the future, I tell you.
Yeah,
That's what they would have chosen.
I thought this was a democracy, but I make the rules.
After, after this one, we can do
I'd like to
numbers.
make one more reappearance regarding this matter, as people just don't seem to get my point. This is plumb bob level to gravity. This machine does not think it is plumb bob level to gravity right now. There's the bubble.
Yeah, and your point
There's the
being?
artificial horizon, as we remembered from my previous videos.
It's because you got the ruler under it, you snog.
What I'm going to do is...
Yeah, that's what he did it on purpose.
Move my eagle tree vector until I can just get it plumb bob level.
What's Farmer's
Nice
Boy
globe.
doing back?
I noticed he's got a globe.
There.
No, your floor's probably not bloody level.
Almost. There.
I can't work out what he's...
There.
No one can.
You see that?
He doesn't even
It is
know.
now
Exactly.
operating outside of the gravitational down. It believes that down
The
is on the
outside.
north.
That means his table's not level or something's not
Oh,
level.
it's
there.
a bloody.
It just is
That's
set
easy to see.
inside the box. Inside
What do you mean the
the box.
gravitational
There
down?
you go. There it is, look.
That's
It's not
that's
floating.
going.
It's like,
Okay,
Bob,
next.
I've just debunked it because
Point
I
is,
got a
I
funny
go here.
accent.
I level gyros
I go
90
here.
degrees. It is
Oh,
level
yeah.
90
Christ's
degrees to the
sake.
centre.
Because that's
It is level 90
scale.
degrees upwards,
Yeah,
Oh,
forwards,
that's perfectly
backwards,
scale.
to its left,
That's a
and to
big
its
ass
right.
plane.
Why didn't
I
he put
now
the thing on the floor and show off
I
if
have,
his
have
floor's
my
level?
unit levelled here in Manchester Airport, and I travel down to South Africa.
Oh,
You'll notice
this is
that the artificial
this-
No, it's still level.
shows movement. It's a lot of movement. It's 40 degrees from the UK to South Africa.
Oh my
40 degrees of
God.
movement.
I think
for
this
this
comes
machine
under
to
the
play
same
with.
category as that Dunny
What
heck?
You
It
sure
does
this is
not
not Dunny
register
Doo's
curvature. It
distant
registers
cousin?
in 90-degree
It's
parallel
gonna
lines
do.
from
It
within its centre.
certainly is.
No,
That
Dunny Doo.
is the simple basis
Dunny
of
do.
this.
The
If you
hell?
don't
I've just
understand
come
now,
back again.
there is
What the
no
hell am I
viewing
just
in
walked
life,
into?
I'm
What the
afraid.
heck is
Wait a
this?
minute, Colin's giving us a spoiler. You know what's coming. Yeah.
Oh, that was bad,
Guess
Terry.
what?
That
Guess
was
what?
bad.
He
I
flies.
feel dumber.
Hang on, everyone. He flies model airplanes.
That's scary right there.
He flies model airplanes. So what the hell is he being a flat earther for?
What did I just witness?
Stupidity.
That was.
Well, what you just
Flaherty's
witnessed is
in
me
action.
talking in a funny
That was a.
language.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Using scale. It's scale, guys.
Did I
Gotta
also
scale it.
when I came back, I heard him say the words "gravity down."
Yes.
What's
Yes,
he on
he
about?
He
I
said
didn't
when he
know.
moved it away from the table it was initially on, he got out of the force of down gravity.
Down gravity.
That's why his bubble
But when he
went
took
to
his
the
hands
top.
off it,
Yeah.
the thing wasn't floating, was it? I mean, come on. And then he proceeded to put the airplane as he was showing it, which was
Yeah.
already as big as the country.
It's scale.
It's
I'm
scaled
using
down.
scale, and I flow down to 40 degrees. This is a real accurate representation
It's a
of
couple
what
of
I'm
100-kilometer long plane wingspan.
I
Now, that'll
don't know
take-
what I'm doing, but there you go.
Can I just say, let's just ignore him and don't give him any attention, and he might go away.
Oh, that was bad.
Please.
That's almost as bad as that MC Ren one. Have you seen MC Ren do it? He does the same thing, but he's got a model airplane and he's got a
Oh
globe.
God, yeah.
And he's
Is that the guy that's a lawyer? He's a lawyer or something?
He's driving
like
it
that,
down
yeah.
the side of the. He was in one of Tau City Alpha's.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Oh yeah. That clip's cropped up quite a few times.
Yeah.
He's Thunderfoot's got one zero mass water busted. Zero mass water. Really?
It'd be dehydrated water, won't it?
Yeah.
How
you
will
just
you
add
have
water.
zero mass water?
They just have water.
He's got some really, really good things. What happens when you heat platinum over 1,000 degrees?
Yeah, well, he's a proper scientist, isn't he?
Yeah, he's an ex-nuclear. He used to work in the nuclear power station, nuclear physicist. Very clever bloke. And it's so simple how he goes through things, how he describes
Exactly,
things.
Colin.
He's brilliant.
Let's just say thank you to Toadie for the introduction to Mr. Dunning and Miss Kruger.
Yeah, it's quite funny. He's doing a demonstration of solar roadways. Why they don't work.
Thank you to the Great Courses Plus for support.
You're welcome.
Okay, are we
For voting now, I don't know.
I don't know what.
I
this
mean,
is.
are they voting? We're not allowed to vote.
Yeah, I don't know what this one is. Pip put it's okay to be smart.
How to below 120.
I don't know what that one's about.
Oh, I didn't really know. Dog.
Why do people laugh at creationists? Well,
Who came and put a down vote? Bloody loser.
Have you watched that Great Courses Plus? Sunlight is way older than you think, Pip. Have you actually watched that?
No.
Ah.
No.
Did somebody do that Mars one from that other one?
Yeah, Mad said he sent it to you.
Did he?
Yep.
Did I already?
Yep.
I might have already got it.
Under stick, I think would be. Yes.
yeah, it's in the side chat, Terry.
In the side chat, Terry.
About Mars.
Okay, so
strap yourselves in. We're going to Mars.
That one.
That one.
Strap yourselves in.
Right,
Maybe
okay.
if you vote the right one.
Well, I'll shuffle them up.
What? Who said Mars? Who said Mars?
Nobody said Mars. So go back to sleep.
Okay, so we've got a
damn
invalid vote from Blue, another invalid vote from Blue.
Well, yeah, Blue's timed out because he's not allowed to vote anyway.
And we've got a very keen Dora and a very keen.
Well,
keen
they're all
9
out.
o'clock hero.
They're all getting timed out because they're not valid now because the voting hasn't started.
No, they've given valid numbers though. 5
They
and
don't
3.
know how many. They don't know how many there is yet.
There's enough. There's more than 5.
Oh, he's got
Okay,
one
1,
hammer
2,
versus
3, 4,
diamond.
5, 6, 7.
He's
See?
got one hammer versus diamond. Will it smash? He does some crazy stuff, this guy.
Will it smash? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably.
He's good on telescopes as well. He's got a good article about telescopes. He was busting this £3,500 digital telescope and explains. And he actually showed you can see stars during the day using his 11-inch telescope.
I'm not voting any number, especially the number after the third number. Well, you're not supposed to anyway,
You're not allowed
Casual,
to
because you're
vote
in
at
the
all.
panel.
You're invalid.
I know,
Invalidate.
that's why I'm not voting.
5352.
I'm not doing it.
5. Okay, so we got a 5. We got a 3.
3. That could be a lot of numbers, 9 o'clock hero, more than 3. That could
So
be
you can
5,
choose-
6, 7.
We can choose
I
what his
see.
one
I
is.
see. Boggs has renamed himself the band number.
Yes. Yeah, I can't do anything about
and
that.
4 times as well. Yeah, well, you could do. You could take the spanner away from him if you know.
Anyone know who
Breaking the rules.
2
Lauren
5s.
Southern is?
Casual.
Yep. I know Lauren Southern.
Who makes the rules here?
She's
No, you
the
mean
one.
you mean who makes the rules up as they go along? You do, Terry. Well done.
She's the one who identifies as a attack helicopter, Mad.
She
we got 2
identifies
5s.
herself as an attack helicopter.
Yeah, she made. She was taking the piss out of all the I presenters of this and I presenters of that. She's like, I identify as an attack helicopter.
He's busted her as well. Dishonest as hell, he calls her.
Do you know? You do know that voting's taking place.
Yes, I'm reading intently. 53542.
Pip, did you swear?
Nope.
She's counting.
I'm counting.
This
Tria
Boggs,
has
this
to
Boggs
be.
keeps saying, "Who's this Boggs?"
Tria has to be 3. So there you go.
He's
And
done
Natu.
He's done honeybees
Natu.
and infrared, Terry.
It's kind of just like breaking down the English.
Next week.
Tria, tercera. Tercera is not.
Well, if you're not Boggs, you're somebody else because you've already got a spanner. So I've already given it to somebody that
That's
I know.
cool.
Who's Anita Sarkeesian?
Pass it.
3. Oh, is that 2 3s and 2 5s?
Oh, we're on the cusp of
Yeah,
greatness.
2 3s and 2 5s. So it's a 5 or a 3.
Sweet. Just don't say Tessera.
Okay, 5 or 3 will be a winner.
EM drive busted. He's got an article on that. Can you see the
9
moon
o'clock
through
hero,
a
what are we
drinking
choosing
straw?
between? Do I have to scroll back up to tell you?
0 to 8.
Between 0 and 8.
Except the number that comes after 3 and then before 5. Not allowed to say that number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, abolish science. Yeah,
0 to
that's
3,
racist.
5 to 8.
Yeah, that's quite a hilarious video to watch, Terry. Abolish science. It's racist.
Okay, so
A load of nut jobs.
Come on, 5 or
Africa.
3. Come in, winner.
You're just going to have to go to the panel.
No, it'll come in. They're
3.
just a bit slow, these peanuts.
3.
Oh, I hate boner on video games. I know that.
Who hasn't voted?
28 people. Well, maybe I'm one of the people.
Detailed analysis of SpaceX rocket explosion. Cool.
Yeah, it was
Five.
another.
Okay, 5.
Another starship
Stop
went down.
voting.
5's the winner. Demon Orb just missed out on your 3.
Well, I think he put 3 before he actually stopped voting, so it's still equal again. It's going to have to go to the panel.
No,
he
five came in first.
He put high. He put high instead of his number.
What
I've got, to me, it says :5 and then Demon Orb 3 straight afterwards. And
Five,
it literally
3,
came
5.
like 2 seconds afterwards.
But scroll up.
3. Yeah, 3. Yeah, 3 wins.
5 wins.
5 wins?
Doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Yeah, anyway,
5, 3,
what is
5.
SJW critics?
Why whispering?
Colin was the third 5, and Demon Orb was the third 3.
That's right.
Anyone?
So it came in.
Well, 9 o'clock hero. 9 o'clock hero went 3.
5 is really 3.
What's SJW critics?
Hey, wait a minute, I got
Social
5. I
Justice
thought 3
Warrior.
wins.
Ah, thank you.
No,
Kit.
5 wins.
But not by my calculation.
Well, let's bring it to the panel.
It says 5.
Let the panel decide.
Like Dora said 5. Mippet said 3. Brainery said 5.
Yeah.
Demon Orb said 3.
9 o'clock hero said 3. And then 9 o'clock hero said
Evens.
3. Oh, 9 o'clock hero voted twice.
That's correct, Terry.
Oh, that's why 5 won.
Boot him out. Fly him out. How dare he? How good.
Recount.
Recount. No, not doing a recount.
Let's have a vote on which one won.
No, 5. No, I'd say 5 because Colin put 5.
Yeah, that's right. Colin just clipped Demon Orbs 3.
Yeah.
Terry wins.
Terry.
Terry never loses.
Yeah.
Terry's a win-win situation. All right?
Oh, fascinating stuff water does under a vacuum. He's got some really interesting stuff here, Terry.
Here we go. Oh no! What?
Who's this? Who's this from? Flat Earth
Flat
Man.
Earth Man.
Man.
Oh no! Flat Earth
What, who's
Man.
going to do proofs?
Norman.
1.
Nope.
What's the answer?
How?
Okay.
Man between wind turbines.
Oh, you're not sure, so you just pull it out your backside.
30-foot trees.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, numbers don't mean anything. His camera's 24 miles away. Yeah, right.
What's the ASL? Okay. Right.
Well, that doesn't look 24 miles away from me, by me.
No, it doesn't to me either.
No, it looks like a mile or 2.
Far out. Is this honest much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not 24 miles away.
Doesn't tell us his observer height.
Refraction is not a distraction.
72
It's
foot.
real.
We've got no details of any location or anything like that.
No. Oh, there we go. Come on then.
It moves on
Here
to
we
the
go,
next
crappy
one.
Wait a minute, we've got flat. This is number 2.
No location. It's 28 miles from my camera. No, it isn't.
You are not 20 inches above sea level.
No,
So,
it isn't.
yeah, for now.
20 inches.
How they're lying. Buggers, aren't they? You can clearly see it's not 20 inches.
I might
above.
stop that music because I don't know if I've got permission to replay it.
Yeah,
just stop. It
turn the
doesn't-
music off.
Anyway, 'cause
Here we
it's obviously not
go.
gonna say anything.
Oh, that's a great picture. Bloody
Yeah.
hell.
Yep.
Okay.
What's his observer height? Ah, wait a minute.
Want me to go back?
It's a little bit bloody hard to see, but
Can't read it. Oh,
height in feet.
this is in miles.
1.
1 foot.
That's what he said.
I thought he said 20 inches.
Yeah, he said he's 20
Yeah,
inches.
it says here 1.6 feet, 19 inches.
It's in the boxes upstairs. Distance in miles. Something height in feet.
Yeah.
Says one.
Yeah.
Right up.
19.2 inches.
Yeah.
I can't read any of that. I can read.
Distance in
I can
miles,
read. I can
yeah.
read
26
this.
miles.
I can read
I
that.
can read it. I can read it, Terry. Do you
26
want me to read it?
miles.
Do you want me to read
Visual
it?
height
read out the
in
relevant.
feet. One.
I'll read
Got
out
it in
the
the big
top bit
telly.
for you. Blah, 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 blah.
Sounds about right.
Thanks for that clearing that up, Mad.
Yeah,
Distance
I
in
lied
miles,
about everything.
30.
Blah, blah,
Vision
blah.
height, 1 foot.
Yeah.
Fractive
right.
headed. Okay.
It's
Sorry, no.
1.6 feet, he says. 19.2 inches, accurate radius 3959. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Viewer height. Yeah, it says viewer height 1.6 feet.
Yeah.
I think that you won't. That's not the main line behind the island.
How?
No. No. That's
Looming.
There's no
they
way.
came up with some crap, didn't they? Huh? Anything to suit their narrative.
And he hasn't told us any. Have they told us the height of the mountain or the land?
No.
No.
I mean, it's all irrelevant unless he's gonna give a precise location exactly where he was.
The highest line I
it's
found on
completely
that line
irrelevant.
site, 380 feet.
And he's not provided any of it, so he could just plug all those figures out of his arse, which he probably has.
Yeah, he has.
Got a hell of an inferior mirage going on there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the most important one, the curve calculator says not accurate for distances over water or close to the horizon. So it's like
Starlight has been traveling for
that's
billions
both.
of years.
What's
Stars are
this?
not light years away.
If
Oh,
starlight has
God.
been travelling for billions of years at the speed of light, shouldn't Earth be looking a lot more like this?
Like what?
Like what?
Right, white. The whiteness. Because he thinks the light's gonna. Oh man.
Shouldn't Earth look more like this? But look like what? You haven't got a picture of it.
All
Flat
white.
Earth 4.
Has
Upside
anybody
down birdie.
explained redshift to him here at all?
How can they?
Oh.
How can birds do this if we are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
So's the air, you bloody idiot.
Oh my goodness.
Do your own research.
Because the air's going at the same speed, you twat.
You're not living on a spinning ball.
Yes, we are.
We are rotating.
Golden.
Yeah, we're rotating.
That's
I hate
golden.
this spinning.
I know. I actually heard.
That's a pretty picture. That's a pretty
where's this
picture.
gone?
This is
what's the name of
impossible
this
with a sun that's 93 million miles away.
Flat Earth man.
Flat Earth man.
Big Blue wants to know who this idiot is.
Some idiot.
Man.
He's the next one to die.
Oh look,
James Man.
James Man.
Proved. Look,
James
that
Man.
picture
There you go.
just proves
Go
that
get 'em,
something
Blue.
spinners. A spinning, mate.
Polaris proves flat Earth. Oh.
There you go, Blue. James Mann, MANN.
Deal with
Got it.
I feel a blue video coming along. Somebody else you can pick up.
There's flies.
Add that to the
There's
target
flies.
list.
Yeah, I reckon. Fire out.
Yeah, just put it on the dartboard and throw a dart at him.
Yeah.
I picked that one.
Several darts.
So now we spin and fly.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Well,
bullshit.
bullshit.
Yeah.
That's double charge.
Oh, okay.
It's double speed.
All this motion in multiple directions, and we never feel any of it, yet the slightest breeze moves things.
What?
Earth is flat, level, and motionless. But what's really important is the fact I can create star trails with Polaris in the centre every night, even when we're on the other side of the sun every 6 months.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Polaris
yeah.
is very far.
Yeah,
Impossible on the globe model.
You can't see Sigma Octantis, can you? Muppetry.
Oh dear.
He's getting better.
Yeah, it's got some nice beaches.
Thank goodness we're up to 7, Terry.
Okay, does
Can you
gravity
see-
make your head spin?
Yeah. Can you see the bloke on the schema bill down there?
Mhm.
He's giving the 2 fingers up to the bloke.
Stop
Where
filming
does
me.
where does this guy think Polaris is? I mean, like,
Yeah.
In the dome.
These surfers shouldn't be riding a wave down 467 feet of curvature between Chicago Bay and something.
What?
Did I mention Coach is
Oh
bullshit?
my goodness.
Yes, you did.
Did I
mate.
mention you're a twat?
You're. Oh my god.
Okay, number 8.
Oh, here we go. Rainbows, rainbows. Here we go.
Rainbow.
Rainbow.
Oh, now we're getting to
God, here we
religion
go.
now.
Oh,
The bibble. Here comes the bibble.
Here comes the bibble.
He's lost the argument. He's quoting his holy book.
Not the holy
He's
book.
lost it. Well, he lost it as soon as he opened his mouth.
I'll believe it as soon as. Oh no, hang on. I heard God talk just before.
Yeah.
Martin's Head.
So Martin's Head Island is less than 40 feet high. My camera was at 72 feet above sea level, and I was 21 mile away.
There's a
How do we know any of this?
Look,
How do we
that
know
doesn't look 21 miles.
There's a mirage
It's a
underneath
friggin'
it.
mirage going on in that
Yeah,
thing.
look at look at
exactly.
It's a magical floating island. It's the one where
Yeah.
HR Puff and stuff used to live.
That's where the Dragon Balls are located. I'm sure of it.
Oh, this is the most fun I've had for a while.
There's Martin's Head height again. This time taken 15 feet by air sail, 21 miles away. It should be blocked by 176.
I think that-
That
So one
ain't
of them all the
15
time,
feet
getting it
above.
in the middle.
That ain't 15 feet above sea level. You could
No
dive
way.
it from there. No way. There's no way.
What's he measuring it from?
15 feet? There's no way it's 15 feet. That's like about 2,000 feet. What I say.
Look, this is flat earth proof. I'm at sea level. No, you're not. 40 miles, what my lens is 5.5 feet. No, you're not.
No, it ain't.
No.
What
Sorry,
are you-
mate.
Look at how high you are up the beach.
Yeah.
Far out.
And how
What
high
a-
is your bloody tripod?
What
Yeah,
a
it's count the tripod,
What a
but you're not counting the
liar.
slope to the beach, to the
Put it in
water.
the water and then it'll be above the level of the water.
Again, you know, there's no evidences of exactly where he is at all. And no location evidence
Here
whatsoever.
are the
at all. So you
values.
can't
Squint and
check
see.
any
Blah,
of it.
blah, 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 blah.
14.
5.5
Can't check any of that.
feet.
I'll wait till it
82
comes up in the
feet.
telly.
Geometric hidden.
Oh my god, now what?
Bonus.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, this is the lightning round.
Did
Ding,
Travis take
ding,
these
ding,
pictures?
ding, 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 ding.
No
Ding.
way is he 2 feet above the water.
2 feet.
Yeah, it's,
Absolute bollocks.
There's
He's too
no
close.
way. There's
Zoom in.
no
Come on,
way
look
that
back.
it's 2 feet.
Come on,
Okay,
keep
let's
zooming
see
back.
where-
Yeah,
let's
keep
see where
zooming.
he is.
Yeah. Oh right.
That's-
Oh
2
yeah,
foot
he's
above.
2 feet above that puddle.
Yeah.
Look at
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh my god, he comes up with some
It's not
crap,
2
this
feet.
bloke.
Oh,
That log's probably like a foot.
Yeah.
so ridiculous.
I think he's taken
Nothing has
stretched
been
quite a
taken
bit.
into account. None of these.
I know what it is, right? The problem is, he once said to his
He's an
girlfriend.
idiot.
He once said to his girlfriend that this was 8 inches.
Yeah.
From that point forward, he
was
had
deluded.
he had his own impression what an inch was.
Yeah.
So basically, he's counting how many penises there is between that and
Yes.
the target he's trying to find a
Yes,
photograph.
you might say he's using the penis 9000.
That doesn't look level to me.
I bet it's not if you squidge it.
No.
Squidget. Is that
That's
a
the
technical term?
technical term. Yeah.
So he's working in penile.
There should be a
penile
bulge
increments.
in the middle, apparently.
Yeah,
I
there
thought
could
water-
be.
I thought water always finds its level.
Far out. It's so funny.
350.
Yeah, but not left to right.
100% of 100% of the time. What?
Do your own
Expected to
research.
see a curve at left to right? Not in that
Do your own
distance.
research because I can't.
Can we read the comments underneath? Because they'll be quite.
There'll be
funny.
flirty comments.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll be
funny.
like praising his greatness.
Oh, he's got 15 comments.
Oh, this Ryan Q Vincent, I've seen him around.
Yeah.
What station? Why has he got star trails in if we're stationary?
Oh, there's Travis.
Oh.
Oh, you're my hero. How do you get your pictures so not blurry?
Downward refraction projecting up. Let's not forget that's like a leftward refraction project. Oh my
That's
goodness.
like a leftward
Refraction is a
A
distraction.
downward refraction projecting up.
Let's not forget.
That's like a leftward refracting projecting right.
Oh, for Christ's
Okay.
sake.
It's a tongue
What,
twister.
Travis?
I'm gonna put on a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt right there, everyone.
Oh, I like the way he
Perfect.
put
Travis
Excellent
was.
collection of evidence that we live on a flat and stationary Earth. Thank you.
I, for one, appreciate the
replies.
amount of effort this took. Thank you.
Sure you do, Travis.
The amount of effort it took. It didn't take any effort.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
effort?
I
Yes,
get Cobus
yes.
crying when I don't
When I
use
don't- yeah.
refraction. But they
Holy
never admit the Earth is flat. When
sugar.
I do use refraction, they don't want the truth either way.
The one underneath.
Oh, it's Chris something.
Chris something.
The constellations we need to change twice a year. Oh my God.
Same ideas.
He's saying, so
What?
he's saying his attention
Phota-
span is 5 minutes, is what he's really saying.
Photography proofs are powerful.
Photography.
Photography.
Can I just point out here, like, I'm a horrible speller, and when the magic line turns up underneath a word, that means you've got it wrong, dickhead. Have a go. Click on it. Click on it, and you'll get all these words that come up, and all you have to do is go, yeah, that one's the right shape. There you go. Use that one.
Yeah, Peter, he probably spelled it wrong the
Photography.
first time, and when he clicked on it to correct it, he picked the wrong one.
Hence, when the star trails in the south, not circular.
Have you
Photography
noticed?
proofs are
Have you
powerful.
noticed? There's only 2 people actually made the 15 comments up.
Yeah, it's a back and forth.
The Plain Truth and James.
What did he say about the southern star trails?
Go down a bit.
Yeah.
There.
There we go. In the south, they are not perfect circles if you check carefully.
Hey, Terry, just drop my link there, would you?
Oh, yeah.
Just drop my link there.
You'll be blocked.
I suspect they're local and being rendered in the atmosphere.
Carfully. That sounds like a cheese. Carfully.
What? Hang on.
Write the
Who the hell's
words,
rendering
Terry.
them?
Yeah.
Terry,
Listen.
write the words, well, allow me to retort, and then
listen,
put
Terry.
the link there.
It says it would be nice if we could see the stars clearly from high altitude. Why do you think observatories on the top of mountains? My brain hurts.
I want to know who's rendering them in the atmosphere.
Oh,
I suspect they are local and being
Oh,
rendered
that's
in
it.
the
That's
atmosphere.
it. I mean,
rendered in
Been doing it for thousands.
Rendered up there. Yep.
Oh, and the giant LCD screen that God
Yep.
built. Yeah.
The great double dual chain NVIDIA of the sky.
I know I don't like doing this,
That was painful.
but I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, Terry. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
And give a thumbs down as well.
Might keep
Terry.
us occupied for a few weeks.
No, I
Give
don't
it
want
a
to add.
down.
I don't add to that.
Yeah, give it a down.
He's got some
Yeah.
right old crap on his channel, I'll tell you.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you
Give
go.
it a down. When it's that bad, it's the right thing to do.
I don't give him thumbs up or thumbs down because it means the same thing to the
Yeah.
No, but it's a visual thing for people clicking.
Yeah, but I'll go in his head.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll annoy
Get
him.
in his head. Yeah, that'll really annoy him.
Just
Not
like
really.
Terry's one vote down from whoever did that before the show even started.
That's Monty Tom. It's all right. That's his job.
Yeah, I've got 1 down and 30 up.
That's what she said. You got 31 up.
Terry, this video I'm giving you a link to is which looks like the sunlight. He's measuring different light bulbs, right, to give you the temperature. of
Oh,
each
you
one.
shouldn't have said anything, Terry. You got 3 down now. Look, you see,
happened?
he's put the other 2 down. It was sad.
Who did
Peanut
that?
Gallery is on it. The Peanut Gallery.
If I find out who you are, you're in for it.
Oh, hello, Adam. Adam
Yeah.
L. is
Imagine
in
if
the
it started saying who was downvoting, and then you just
That'd
like,
be- yeah.
Oh, really?
Thumbs up, please. Thumbs up, everyone. Come on.
That's ridiculous.
If you don't put a thumbs up, I'm going to take me bat and ball and go home.
Whoever put the thumbs down, it better be a joke.
Oh,
And
it's
if it
got
was a
0
joke-
now. There you
Hey!
go. It must have been. Yeah, you go.
He's got headphones on.
Oh no, it's back to you on again.
Is that you, Thumbs boy?
Fuck's sake. Some of us have got headphones on, you know.
Yeah, no, some of us have got headphones on, you know.
I do too, but I've got automatic leveling. Sorry.
Is that going on the list?
Sorry.
Now we've got an extra. Now we've got to vote for extra.
What? Mippet's calling for a new vote.
Yeah, what's happening? I've just got to work out how many there is all up to pick from.
There's 7.
Oh, cool. I haven't seen that channel before.
There was 8 before, there's now 7.
No, you've just added one.
Oh, tricky.
Keep adding
I
them,
found
we'll
a
be
really-
here all night.
I found
Quarter
a
to
real
11
cool
now.
channel, Terry. Terry, I've just posted it in the link.
Yeah, I just gave you. Oh, you give me another one now. Shit.
Yeah, that's a real cool channel. You ought to look at that one.
It wasn't me.
Oh, bugger.
It wasn't me. You can't prove it. That's even
Which
funnier
one,
that
Matt? Be
it
the last
wasn't.
one.
Go on, play it, Terry.
No.
I dare you.
Hello, Globey.
I'll play my flat Earth proof video for you.
Was
if
it?
you want.
Was it? Was it
I
that
don't
last?
know.
The last one, Matt?
Yeah.
I'll play it.
It's kind of not in it.
No, that's all we're getting. Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
Hey, that's a good one.
That is a good channel.
I'm
isn't
having
it,
deja
Peter?
vu though, Matt, for some reason. What's that
Yeah.
about?
I don't know. I'm going to put it in the peanut gallery so they know.
Give it to the peanut gallery so they
Yeah.
can watch it.
Yeah, anyone who's in the side chat, this is a really interesting channel. You ought to watch this one. I don't know. Just tie knot in it.
Dim.
G'day, Globey, how are you?
What the hell? Terry.
Why, what happened?
I bloody clicked it to.
I was on Terry's. I click it. I'm on Terry's again.
2 6s.
Terry from the block.
It's all
3 5 6 6
3 5 6 6 2.
ZZ.
You think that was
ZZ.
funny,
How do you get
Andrea?
ZZ?
Yes, because you probably just clicked the link.
G'day,
I
Pip
don't
33. Well, that's not part of 0 and 8.
3.
So we need a 6
We're making it a 3.
or a
We're,
6.
we're pretending you just got overly excited, Globehead. 6 6.
I got another
6
6.
wins. 6 wins.
6 wins.
6 wins.
Which is really 3. In disguise.
Yeah, it's his twin brother.
It's his older brother.
Albermated.
Yeah.
Oh, this goes for half an hour.
What goes for half an hour?
Oh, this one goes for half an hour. That one.
What one?
What is
The Mars one.
Oh, does it?
it? Bloody hell.
Well, you can sort of skip through it.
Okay.
Double speed it.
Yeah.
It's 15 minutes.
It basically gives you a reason why there won't be a Mars settlement by 2024.
Oh.
Strap
No,
yourselves
they got
in.
the moon.
We're
man.
going to Mars. Not just a few astronauts, thousands of people are going to colonize Mars, and I am telling you that they're going to do this soon.
So yeah, kids are going to live on Mars.
Some of you will end up working on projects on Mars, and I guarantee that some of your children will end up living there.
Hold my beer, says this company. We're going to send them there in the next 4 years. Here's the quote from Time magazine.
CEO of Mars One, and we're organizing a manned mission to Mars in the year 2023.
And they got wall-to-wall positive media coverage.
Mars One has just taken another step to bring mankind where it has never stepped before. Meet the Mars 100.
From the initial 202,586 applicants, only 100 hopefuls have been selected to proceed to the next round of the Mars One astronaut selection process. These candidates are one step closer to becoming the first humans on Mars.
Then, of course, we've got this guy.
Wow. All right. So Musk said that SpaceX's long-term goal is to colonize Mars by the 2020s.
All right.
All right.
Or coming back to this TED Talk, 2.5 million hits, 90-something% approval rating. And it's a TED Talk, a technology, entertainment, and design talk.
First, water is the basis of all life as we know it, and it's far too heavy for us to carry water from the Earth to Mars to live. So we have to find water if our life is going to succeed on Mars.
So this guy really must know what he's talking about, right? Or not?
So there's plenty of water there, but most of it's ice, most of it's underground. It takes a lot of energy to get it and a lot of human labor. This is a device cooked up at the University of Washington back in 1998. It's basically a low-tech dehumidifier.
No.
And it turns out that Mars' atmosphere is often 100% humid. So this device can extract all the water that humans will need simply from the atmosphere on Mars.
You see, sure, water is important to us humans. Really, really important. We're about 2/3 water by weight, which means if you're going to go to Mars, you're going to need some of it. But 100% humidity means almost nothing if you're going to change the temperature by a lot. I mean, let's just remind ourselves of what we're talking about here. We live under an atmosphere which is squidged to the Earth by gravity, and that squeezes on us and gives us a pressure on the surface of one atmosphere. Now, you can break that down into the fractional pressures of the various gases. So the atmosphere is about 80% nitrogen, so the partial pressure of nitrogen is about 0.8 atmospheres. And to a reasonable approximation, the rest is oxygen. Now, of course, there are some little numbers in there, like there's 1% of argon, and at 100% humidity, here on Earth, at room temperature, water is actually about 2% of our atmosphere. Now, atmosphere is kind of a big, chunky word to use here, so I'm going to switch to a more sciencey unit. 1 bar, to a very good approximation, is 1 atmosphere, or 1,000th of an atmosphere is a millibar. So at 100% humidity at room temperature, the vapor pressure of water is about 20 millibar. That means that if you're air over water, it will eventually saturate to 100% relative humidity, 20 millibar. But what if the air isn't saturated? What if the vapor pressure is only, say, 10 millibar? Well, in that case, you only have 50% relative humidity at room temperature. And likewise, if the vapor pressure is 5 millibar, then you only have 25% relative humidity at room temperature. But that changes completely when we change the temperature, because the ability of the air to hold water changes with temperature. So if we do this again over ice, well, the partial pressure of water over ice is still significant. 100% humidity over ice is about 5 millibar. So, a 100% humidity can change by a factor of 4 just going from room temperature down to the temperature of ice. And if we go down to -20, the vapor pressure of 100% relative humidity goes down to 1 millibar. And at -40, it's 1/10 of a millibar. So if you go out at 100% humidity at the South Pole, there is still almost no water in the air, especially if you consider what you're breathing out. What you're breathing out is essentially 25-ish degrees air at 100% humidity. So it's the partial pressure of water in the air that you're breathing out is about 20 millibar. And if you do that at the South Pole, then it's going to cool down to -40, leaving only about 1/200th of the water in the air, and the rest you will see as condensation. So what's the average temperature on Mars? Well, it's about -60. Having 100% humidity at this temperature is all but pointless, as the atmosphere still contains something like 1,000 times less water than what it would contain at room temperature. So could you use a desiccant dehumidifier on Mars? Well, in principle, yes, but you would have to pump 2,000 times as much of the atmosphere through it to get the same amount of water as here on Earth. And that's assuming that these things can actually work at these really low levels of humidity.
It's basically a low-tech dehumidifier, and it turns out that Mars' atmosphere is often 100% humid. So this device can extract all the water that humans will need simply from the atmosphere on Mars.
But if you were thinking of trusting your life to this, it turns out he's even wrong about the 100% relative humidity thing. This is actual data from the Mars Curiosity rover. And you can see on the best days, you only get up to about 50% relative humidity at about -70 degrees Celsius. And on the worst days, you're down at something like 10% humidity at -65 degrees Celsius. And honestly, if I'm on Mars, the one phrase that I really really don't want to hear is, oh, by the way, your life now depends on this really complicated desiccant dehumidifier, with the nearest spare parts being on the next planet 200 million kilometers away. In summary, getting water from the air here on Earth is one of the most common scams out there. Relying on complex machinery like this to stay alive violates the primary directive, which is the secret of a long life is to try not to shorten it. You see, in my last video, I showed how just to fuel the fire of your metabolism, just to keep you breathing, takes about 100 watts of power. And that goes up to about 500 watts if you're doing hard exercise. Now, the way your body gets that power is essentially by burning sugar. So you take in the oxygen and the sugar and you burn it to carbon dioxide and water. And that's where you get the energy to live. And my body is burning away. So a few years ago, I actually did this really neat demo just to show how much energy your body releases in a day by burning about the right amount of sugar that your body burns in a day. And I did it with an oxidant, but the amount of energy released is about the same, and the amount of gas released is about the same as the amount of gas that your body releases in a day.
So we had an ousted delivery. What have I missed?
Doctor Who.
Burn with me. And the results are really quite impressive. Yeah, that's how much energy your body cranks through in a day, and how much carbon dioxide and water it produces. Now, to keep that burning going here on Earth isn't too hard, because we've got plenty of oxygen, it's literally all around us, and fuel. Once in space, however, you've got a problem. You basically need a chemical plant to turn that carbon dioxide and water you're breathing out. You got to pump energy into it and basically get back the sugar and oxygen you started with. Now, to a degree, in a big ecosystem, this is done with plants. But it's also been tried in a small sealed system. Remember Biosphere 2. It was about 10 people in a sealed system. Now, some have viewed it as a kind of hippie new age experiment, and to a degree, yes, but it still pulled in some valuable, useful, and insightful data. It turns out that managing a mini Earth like this is basically impossible. It immediately ran into problems like the pollinating insects dying out and cockroaches thriving. Now, these are things that could be potentially fatal in any such mission. But also, just the simple stuff like maintaining the air such that it contains the right amount of oxygen and carbon dioxide is much trickier than you might expect. Remember, carbon dioxide gets toxic at about 5,000 parts per million, and once oxygen gets down to about 5%, you eventually just die. Now, this ain't a planet-sized system you're dealing with, it's a small system, so it reacts much more quickly to relatively small stimuli. So it's not going to take 100 years or so for the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to rise from 300 to 400 parts per million, but it's going to do that in hours. If your crops die, the CO2 they release from rotting will probably kill you long before the starvation does. You know, here on Earth, the tree huggers do it mostly for show. But in a small, confined system like this, if you don't intimately care for your environment, when it becomes unbalanced, you will die with it. Hell, even in this big biosphere, their oxygen dropped by 25% over a period of a year. If it continued at that rate, within 3 years, all the people in this biosphere would be dead. Life in any such system is on a knife edge. So can you do this? Well, on some scales, yes. I mean, the International Space Station basically does exactly this. However, if things go wrong on the space station, or you need some spare parts or consumables like food and water, it's only a few hundred miles away. And it's got capsules that you can get in and get back to Earth if things get desperate. And it's the most expensive piece of hardware that mankind owns. Trying to do this on Mars is in a different league altogether. Oh, and by the way, this biosphere would be a Garden of Eden compared to what a mission to Mars would be like. I mean, it all basically boils down to energy. Giving things the energy to get to Mars is expensive. Really, really expensive. Just to put it into perspective, these are lemons in orbit and they cost about $2,000 a piece. Then you have the psychological aspects of the prospect of spending the rest of your life in a room the size of a small apartment with 6 other people. With your lives constantly on this knife edge, dependent on technically complicated machines, the failure of any one of which could mean the slow death of everyone. Who is going to do this? Hell, this isn't a new concern. I recently put out a video on the Voice of Thunder channel where I go through all the various Apollo missions. Now, these were just going to the moon, a mere 250,000 miles away. And almost every single of the Apollo missions had a failure in it which could have very easily resulted in the death of the whole crew. And the moon is a cakewalk compared to going to Mars. Oh, and who are you relying on to develop all of the technology to get you there?
And the reason is this man is determined to make that happen. His name is Elon Musk. You got to ask yourself, can this guy really do this by 2025 or 2027? So I think it's a pretty good bet that the person who is revolutionizing the automobile industry in less than 10 years and the person who created an entire rocket company in less than 10 years will get us to Mars by 2027.
Oh yes, that makes sense. Look, Elon Musk's done some good things with rocketry, maybe reducing the launch costs by 2/3. Let's just give him that as a given, which is impressive, but it's not a game changer for going to Mars. Remember, lots of this is predicated on reusability. The assumption is that reusability does not impact reliability. I mean, remember the cheers when they recovered the boosters.
Side boosters, landing legs are deployed.
And the Falcons have landed.
Now, sure, some of those recovered rockets might not have been in the best tip-top condition. You know, not the sort of thing you would have been happy just to, reuse by putting more fuel in and just firing them up again. But it's still fairly impressive that they got them back at all. Kind of like the space shuttle. It's nice to get these things back. Or seeing this Dragon capsule dock with the space station. And they got that craft back, which is amazing. I wonder how the emergency abort system on that craft works now.
Oh, come on. That was different. Come on.
Yes, that's the emergency abort system. That's what you light up when you want to get the crew safe from an exploding rocket.
Well, that's what you do tests, you moron.
But I read somewhere that they're only going to reuse these Dragon capsules for cargo
Casual,
to take
this
to
was
the
made
space
beginning
station,
of last year.
which is a nice idea. But those are also the engines.
There is
that are
already a
used to
variant of the Dragon
control
that they use at the moment.
in
They're
orbit.
reusing all the
How
time.
does
In
that
fact, the
idea of
CRS-20 has
reusing
already been used
spacecraft
before.
for docking.
That didn't blow up, did it? This is a crew variant, which is a different variation. It's a different design.
I'm saying this was made last year, way
he's just
beginning of last year.
And he's explaining how difficult it is to get up to space.
I know it's fair to call him a moron, though.
He's still a moron.
With the space station feel now. Look, the bottom line is reusability is not a silver bullet. Reusability at the cost of reliability is a false economy. And if you're honest, the Dragon capsule is just a clone of the Apollo command module with maybe a lick of paint. And this is one of the reasons why I single people like Elon Musk and SpaceX out for criticism, is because they promise the world
Musk believes that he could send 2 BFR cargo ships to Mars by 2022, with the first 2 crewed crafts touching down just 2 years later. How the BFR could be used in other ways. For example, the same technology could fly people anywhere in the world in less than 1 hour, potentially revolutionizing global transportation, with passengers paying essentially the same as they do now for a commercial airline ticket.
Well, the graphics are beautiful. The snake oil smells fantastic. But fundamentally, this is vaporware. In reality, they are struggling to replicate the command module. Not that that's a real criticism. Space is difficult. This sort of thing is actually par for the course with spacecraft design.
Not
yes, they had
replicating
similar
the command
problems
module.
when they were
They're
designing
not.
the command module.
It's different,
This is
entirely different
Houston.
design, completely.
Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem. We have a main bus B undervolt. We've got a lot of thruster activity.
But North American aviation were not going around at the time saying that in 10 years' time, going to the moon will be so cheap and easy that people will go there for afternoon picnics. And that's the issue that I have with people like Elon Musk and SpaceX. This isn't a revolution. This is a replication of what was worked out with the Apollo missions some 50 years ago. And in this case, one that still has quite a few bugs to work out of the system. Yes, this is impressive, but so was this 50 years ago. What radical improvements have been made? They're still essentially the same rockets. All right, it's maybe half the cost. Great. Now what? You've just got to make it 1,000 times more reliable and 100
didn't
times
re-land in
cheaper.
stages
And
that were
you've maybe
completely
got a
lost.
chance
That's the
of this
vast difference.
bargain basement trip to Mars that you're talking about. And if you think these people, Mars One, were crazy, promising to go to Mars for a mere $6 billion.
The total cost of having the first 4 humans, including all the preparatory missions that we do before the humans go, is about $6 billion US.
Now, there has been some criticism saying that that figure is too low.
That's about $1.2 billion per person. Elon Musk is promising to get them there for $250,000. That's 10,000 times cheaper than these guys, who were, and let's be fair, were completely unrealistic. And all of this is kind of built on the back that making rockets 1,000 times more reliable is so easy that the only reason it's not been done by the thousands of rocket engineers who have worked on this for the last 50 years is because reasons. Look, let me put this in car terms. If someone comes up to you and says, this is a complex piece of machinery, it's going to cost $20,000 to build one of these. And then someone like Elon Musk comes on and says, yeah, but in 10 years' time, I'm going to be able to make those exact same cars for $2. 10,000 times cheaper. You would rightfully be skeptical about such a claim.
Scale, buddy.
So why
Economies of
do you
scale.
believe him when he makes these claims about rockets?
So I think it's a pretty good bet that the person who is revolutionizing the automobile industry in less than 10 years and the person who created an entire rocket company in less than 10 years will get us to Mars by 2027.
So this guy is in the firm belief that the man who is over 4 years late launching men, just not going to the moon or anything, just getting them into space, will overcome all of these problems of keeping men alive in space for 6 months and getting them to live the rest of their lives on Mars within 10 years. This is vaporware. Hell, the capsule that's meant to be taking people into space isn't just 4 years late. It's probably going to be pushed back at least another year till they work out why their manned capsule exploded. Now, sure, no one was in this thing, it was just a test. And these are just the technical challenges of redesigning the command module. This isn't even getting into the race to go to Mars proper. This is just getting out of the starting gate. This is just getting a capsule that can go into orbit.
Elon Musk just announced his plans to begin colonizing Mars. He proposes that he could have humans on Mars by 2024 and use the same tech to get people to travel anywhere around the world in under 1 hour.
Look, there's no problem in having your head in the clouds as long as your feet are on the ground. Let's tinge this snake oil here with just a hint of realism. Is going to Mars possible? Yes, but you're going to have to spend real money to do it. Something like take NASA's budget and add a zero to it. Now that's big money, but maybe not as big as you think. It's still comparable to what the US military spends each year. Or it's on the same scale as just the tax breaks that religion gets off the US government every year. And that's not including all of the money that people just give to religion in America. Yeah, and what comes out of all this? You get the Mars One estimate that they could do it for 1% of the cost of this, or Elon Musk's estimate that he can do it for 1/1,000,000th of the cost of this. And if you believe that, I've got a great mass production car that's going to be on sale in just 10 years' time for the bargain price of $2. And you're welcome to invest in it as much as you want. Now, damn, Elon Musk claimed that they were going to land one of his Dragon capsules. You know, this thing. They were going to land one of those on Mars in 2018. That's last year. Using exactly these rockets to land the capsule.
SpaceX founder Elon Musk tweeted out Wednesday that he's hoping to land one of his capsules on the surface of Mars in May of 2018. That's
not that far away.
No, that's...
But vaporware is not uncommon when it comes to Mars. The only thing that's improved is the quality of the graphics. I mean, remember Mars One? It started in 2012.
Mars One has designed a mission that is much simpler than previous designs for Mars missions.
I will tell you how we will go to Mars, and I will tell you where we are in the timeline of this mission.
With the intention of getting us to Mars in 2025, and everyone loved it. It had Nobel Prize winners on board.
This is really something that can be achieved. I think this might become a most spectacular media event ever, watched by everyone on the globe.
They had a plan.
This is the plan. In 2016, a communication satellite and a supply mission. 2018, a large planetary rover will be sent to Mars.
In 2020, living units, life support units, a rover, and more supplies will be sent to Mars. The rovers will prepare the settlement for human arrival. The crew will depart in September 2022.
April 2023, the humans will land on Mars. The next giant leap for mankind.
They had all sorts of contractors lined up.
They confirmed to us that they can supply the required equipment. For every component, we have at least one potential supplier. All these suppliers have written letters of interest for Mars One.
They had people submit videos for people who wanted to become the first Martians.
Already people are uploading their application movies to our website.
Initially, more than 200,000 applied for the Mars One astronaut selection program from all over the world.
It's really fun to see people explaining why they want to leave everything they have here on Earth and start a new life on Mars.
I like to travel around the world and see different things. Went a year later to Sierra Leone. Also, maybe Mars is the next step, you know.
And they were going to finance it through donations and a reality TV show?
I think that reality TV from Mars will be completely different than reality TV from Earth, because reality TV from Mars is inherently interesting. Telling this story, the biggest adventure of mankind to the world, that will be our way of financing it.
I wonder how that's going now. Oh, they've gone bust. I'm stunned. Hyperloop One, sorry, Mars One has just gone bust. Who could have seen it coming? Now, maybe I'd cut him a little more slack if his promises had been more realistic. But they weren't. I mean, this isn't so much going to Mars in 10 years, but going bust in 10 years. And let's be realistic about what's going to happen if you got these people to Mars. They're going to spend the rest of their lives in a tiny cave.
There is too much solar radiation and too much radiation from cosmic rays. Yeah. So we really have to go underground.
Not that different to a cave that you would have here on Earth.
Or we may choose to live underground in caves or in lava tubes, of which there are plenty.
This is hardly the romance of exploring strange new places. It's sitting in a cave for the rest of your life. If you wanted to be the first person to spend the rest of your life in a lava tube, you don't have to go to Mars to do this. There are plenty of uninhabited and unexplored lava tubes here on Earth. Look, I understand how this could be wonderfully iconic.
This is going to be a media spectacle. Big Brother will pale in comparison. The whole world will be watching and experience this journey.
To have man land on Mars, a defining moment in mankind's history. But I also know enough about keeping people alive in tin cans, in small confined systems, to know that romance of the first humans looking out and seeing sunset on a different planet will be followed by a lifetime of regret, stuck in a small cave trying to maintain the life support package whilst 200 million miles away you've got a green, sunlit upland where people are enjoying a barbecue. To me, it's all got an air of Scott of the Antarctic about it. This was a famous British explorer. He wanted to be the first human to reach the South Pole. And he did actually make it to the South Pole, where, and I kid you not, he found a Norwegian flag from Amundsen, who had been there just a few weeks earlier. And on the way back, they started to run out of life support package. They started to run out of food and fuel. They started to freeze, and they knew it would just be a few days till they were all dead. And we know all of this because after they froze to death, they found Scott's diary, which echoes the desperation of the place they had found themselves in. Great God, he wrote, this is an awful place. And you can almost feel the last entry. Every day we've been ready to start for our depot 11 miles away. But outside the door of our tent it remains a scene of whirling drift. I do not think we can hope for any better things now. We shall stick it out to the end, but we are getting weaker, and of course, the end cannot be far. It seems a pity, but I do not think I can write any more. Robert Scott, last entry. For God's sake, look after our people. This is what the universe is like for humans in merely a slightly inhospitable place. And now, it's true, we have a base on the South Pole. But if you ask people to spend the rest of their lives there, I think you would have very few takers. And the conditions on the South Pole are a paradise compared to what you would get on Mars. Now, do I support the idea of trying to get off planet? Yes. God, yes. But likewise, I also understand that the only people who would volunteer to go are people who don't fully understand what they're volunteering for.
What life on Mars will be like. We want the world to elect the envoys of mankind to the next planet. The final vote will be given to the audience.
Out of this group, just 2 advanced to the final 100. Layla Zucker, a married 46-year-old ER doctor from Washington, D.C.
Spaceship, spaceship, spaceship!
And Daniel Carey, a 53-year-old data architect from Virginia, husband and father of 2.
Look, space is difficult. Really, really difficult. Manned spaceflight, doubly so. Manned interplanetary missions rise to the level of insanely difficult. And the reason that a lot of people like the Elon Musk sales pitch is he makes it sound fun and easy. You know, why don't we just do it? We can be there in 6 months, a year tops. It's a pretty fantasy. It really is. And I understand why people want to believe it. Comfortable fantasies have always been easier to sell than ugly truths. But I'm not a fantasy merchant. I'm a reality merchant. I'm not here to whisper seductive lies, but to unmask those who whisper the seductive lies. And if you appreciate me laying down some cold, hard truths, damn straight give this video a thumbs up and subscribe. And maybe consider supporting this channel through the links below. Okay, so this week's great little science toy is this baby here. You sort of spin it and it just it's so quasi-stable. Until
that's cool.
No. So if you want one of those, I'll leave the Amazon affiliate links below. And you'll be happy to know that this is actually not that far off how they kept the Apollo command module pointing in the right direction while it was going to the moon by gently spinning it like this.
The end of the video, Karen. Yeah, interesting.
So we're going to Mars next year?
No.
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 Nobody's going to be setting foot on Mars until after 2030. It's not going to happen before then.
Until they figure out all the little bugs, like
yeah,
food,
absolutely.
water,
I mean,
all
one
that
of
stuff.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons is they were going to go to moon, and it's going to be a long-term thing, is to figure all this stuff out.
Yeah.
A lot of things as well. But
they won't go to Mars until I can bring them back.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
From the moon, and it would be from Earth.
No, that Mars One thing was doomed to failure from the start, and I knew that from the beginning as well. Even though people were saying they were willing to go, and he was right in what he was saying, because they didn't really know what they were getting into.
No,
they really, really didn't. They didn't have a clue. There was so much they didn't understand about Mars, and there's still a lot we don't understand about Mars. We don't know whether anybody can have any long-term settlements there, underground or not.
Yeah,
we really don't know enough at the moment. So there's not going to be any settlements until we know more.
Did you see the biosphere bit, or did you miss that, Casual?
I think I might have missed that. Yeah, I was taking the Asda delivery.
Yeah, he was explaining on there about they had this. Well, you could call it a hippie commune, but as an experiment in a completely sealed biosphere.
Oh yes.
And all the insects, what pollinated the flowers, died, and the cockroaches survived.
Yeah.
And their oxygen. Oxygen
so many different problems.
Yeah, they'd have died, within years. So,
I mean, it is true. It is true. It's going to have to be underground. If you watch that documentary stroke movie Mars, that series that they had, it's true that it's going to have to be underground. But again, we haven't found anywhere that we can go underground yet on Mars. So there's so many things up in the air. There's not going to be any settlements now or in the near future. But I think we will be we'll set foot on Mars at some point. I suspect sometime in the 2030s, but it's not going to be before the 2030. It's not going to happen. I really do. Too many problems to iron out. Too many things to solve yet. Way too many.
Oh yeah.
And as for settlements, nah, it's not. They're not going to have settlements on Mars in my lifetime.
Hi, Bandy. Catch up. You're way behind the times.
Hello, Bandy. Yeah. Have you ever seen any of Thunderfoot's videos, Kazman?
What this guy we were listening to?
Yeah.
No, I haven't actually. No.
He's a
nuclear, very good videos.
I do take issue with a few things he said though.
He's a nuclear physicist.
Is he?
Yeah, and this was a year ago, don't forget. So things obviously have changed since then. But yeah, he was just explaining the complications. And to get to Mars, well, just to get to space is hard enough.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I do take issue because what he was saying was that, Elon Musk has just come along and just said, I can do this cheaper. No, the reason why you can produce these vehicles and these rockets cheaper is because of the word reusability. And he didn't mention that.
He did. You missed all of that. He mentioned all of that. He said he reduced the cost of the rockets by 2/3, which is pretty impressive. He was saying he was praising him where he need praising, but he doesn't like the snake oil from people trying to gain money to produce something which they have no knowledge of. That's what he had issues with, I think. Not Elon Musk as such.
No, I don't have a problem with anybody taking an issue with Elon Musk. I'm not really an Elon Musk fan as himself as a personality. I think he's a bit of a moron. And he does promise a great deal and not deliver on time, but everybody's used to that. Whenever Elon Musk says we're going to do something by such and such a time, we all know that that's not going to happen. Everybody knows that by now because he's done it. He said it so many times.
But so far, everything he said he's going to do, he has done eventually.
Yeah, not on the time scale he's done, but certainly he's done it so far. Yeah, I mean, and I disagree. He has revolutionized space travel because he's revolutionized the reusability, and reusability is not a new thing, but he's actually put it into practice. He's actually done it, and he's doing it commercially.
But you missed all of that. You missed all that. Him actually praising Elon Musk for what he's actually done.
Yeah.
But he was just trying to explain to the actual layman the problems and the complications of what it actually take.
Oh yeah, absolutely it does. Yeah, I agree with everything you said about Mars. I totally agree. It's it's far more difficult than people think it is. And Elon Musk has created this fantasy that he's going to colonize Mars and even terraform Mars and all the rest of it. And it's hairy fairy stuff, most of it.
Would have, that'd be good if it had a molten core, but as it hasn't got a molten core, that's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah. But we got colonized the moon first.
Well, it hasn't got a magnetosphere, so it's not gonna happen. So yeah, if there is going to be a colony, it's going to be an underground colony and inside, pressurized containers essentially.
First. Yeah.
So if that ever happens, but there's not going to be any colony on Mars, not in my lifetime anyway. Maybe other people's, but not in mine.
I don't know. It might be in your lifetime. I'm surprised how quick that accelerates once they find them.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we'll certainly be landing some people on Mars in the 2030s, I hope, and hope to see that. But
that'd be nice just to see them. They'll get there. Shit, run! Why? Flurfers are here.
Yeah, but he was saying as well they're replicating the Apollo module, command module. I don't agree with that at all. It's a completely different design. The Dragon spacecraft is entirely different. The shape, might be slightly similar, but that's about as far as it goes. The Apollo the command module, I suppose it had its own propulsion with the service module attached to it, but it didn't have the same abort system. The Apollo had an abort tower, which basically lifted off the command module away from the rocket, whereas the Dragon doesn't do that. It's got its own engines, the Super Draco engines, which is as you look at the thing, you can see the exhaust outlets on the side of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a completely different design. So I don't agree that it's replicating it. In terms of the shape, fair enough, because it works. In terms of re-entry and all the rest of it, that all works. So why would you do anything different?
Yeah.
What were they saying about the habitats that had problems with insects and pollinizations and things like that, didn't they?
Yeah, all the bees and animals were pollinating died, and the cockroach took over.
Cockroaches survive a nuclear holocaust, I reckon.
I know they survived the microwave.
They'll survive a microwave as well, yeah.
Can they? Seriously?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And they survive a vacuum.
It's
so you so if I put a cockroach in a microwave now, it will survive.
Yep.
Oh, you could probably put it in there for about 10 minutes, casual, and it still possibly would come out okay the other end.
Wow.
Now that remark, like, all jokes aside, you put a something that's high in moisture, that's got a lot of moisture inside of it in there for 30 seconds, and it will cook itself from the inside out.
Yeah.
But
cockroach now.
The cockroach, it's got something to do with its exoskeleton and the frequency of the microwave or something like that. I'm not too sure of the exact science behind it, but they last about 10 times longer than they should be able to.
Yeah. So you might, if you used a different frequency, you might find that you'd probably find more that actually penetrates them and boils them inside. But a standard microwave doesn't cut it, basically. Not straight away, anyways. It would eventually, but
there's been guesstimations that it's got something to do with the frequency that when the microwave beams are actually bouncing around inside your microwave oven, they actually don't move. They stay in the same positions all of the time. That's why they had to
vibrate.
That's why they had to put in the rotating turntable, so that you would get an equal mixture of heating throughout whatever you're trying to cook.
Yeah,
and
I remember the first experiments of them, and there's people complaining is that, well,
there's still frozen bits.
Yeah, there's still frozen bits in the middle. Yeah, your turntables.
But they were saying that it could be possibly something to do with the antenna makeup on them that
Oh right, yeah.
that they can
tune
actually
themselves.
sense the hot bits or
do you think they
sense where the radio waves are.
Do you think they got a notch filter so they can tune out 2.4 gigs?
Yeah, so what they actually end up doing is avoiding each of the impact spots of where the microwave's bouncing around inside the microwave oven.
Oh right.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I'd get one of those for my ham radio shack.
Yeah, pet cockroach.
Yeah, can you just tune into this frequency?
I might start winding it up, guys. I don't want to be on here all night.
All right,
You're
Jerry.
getting tired.
Yeah, well, last night, tonight.
Oh, thanks for the stream, Terry.
Yeah,
Thank
it was
you.
fun.
Yes,
It was
thank you.
fun. Yeah.
Instead of being 8 hours long, we're only been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So.
Only.
Good, I've got things to
Only,
do.
yes.
It's still longer than most people on
Yeah.
YouTube, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, it was good.
50 billion for the space station.
You want to go halves in what, Mad?
Yeah, let's go halves on it.
Be a good holiday, holiday spot.
Cool, yeah. Just think how much we can charge people.
What timeshare?
I'm just trying to work out where you go fishing up there.
No, I don't think there's going to be any fishing on Mars.
No, it's a space station.
Can I get the first 2 weeks
Oh,
in
the
August,
space station,
please?
sorry.
You could take the magnetic fishes and play with them.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind going up there for a couple of days, but I think beyond that, no, I'd want to come back.
A long weekend.
So long as you stream your YouTube channel from there, that'd be pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah, live
that'd be
streaming.
good.
Live stream.
Well, I'll tell you what. Do a GoFundMe and I'll do that. I'll do a stream from the ISS.
I'll come with you, mate.
Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, because now the ISS is going to be commercialised, I'll tell you what. That's probably not all far away from being the truth. If you could raise enough money to do it and go.
Is that you, Dave? Who is that?
I don't know who that is. I have no idea.
Been around for a while.
Is that you?
Okay.
Yeah, he's been in the stream
Who
before.
did we have today? Well, who's left actually? There's a few people who dropped out. I've got Alan.
Bandy.
Hello,
Blue.
Bandy.
Mars is
Pippet,
flat.
Mad, Peter, Sheepy.
No, Pippet. Call me Pippet.
No, Pippet. Whatever.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Pippet.
No, it's Pip
I
or Pipe
was reading the side chat at the same time I was looking up. Mad Peter, Sheepy, Casual Space Person, and Not a Farmer Boy.
Woof woof.
Okay.
Not a farmer boy.
That's my other dog impression.
Hey, John. Boggs. There's a Boggs. Who said that was
Yeah.
the other? That's the real Boggs. Okay.
Maybe Boggs has got the same avatar as the other one.
Let's nip it there again. Is that you, Dave? Rainery. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock hero. Bandy's out there. We'll see you in Discord, Bandy, for coffee and cake.
Yeah.
Who else is out there? Andrea.
Can I
Dartman,
come with
Brainy,
biscuits?
I got
Dora.
carrot cake.
Oh, yum, yum, yum.
Yeah.
So if it's good night from me and it's good night from him.
Yeah.
Good night, Nutters.
Night,
Bye bye. Good afternoon.
Bye.
Now.
Bye. See ya.
I don't know. Try that net.